Yo, what's up everybody? Today, we are starting something big. Like, let's be honest, I think it's impossible to deny the fact that, you know, because of the fact that we're beginning today, the answer arcs of Umineko, we are going in for such a ride. And my god, I cannot tell you how excited I am for it, because obviously I've got some people who like Umineko who are my friends, and you know, they say that, you know, Umineko just gets exponentially better. Like, episode 5 is around episode 6 in quality, and I've heard, you know, episode 7 and 8 are, you know, the peaks in the story, and apparently they're much better than episode 4, which is, you know, so far what I think the peak in the story is. And, you know, it's just surprising how it's actually possible for something to be, you know, so much better than episode 4. Now, this is going to be, so basically, it's going to be really fucking interesting whichever way you look at it. Yeah, I really wonder what's actually going to happen, because firstly, today, let's be honest, I think it is going to be a big and obviously a really quite moving day as well, because obviously Beatrice has just totally betrayed Battler's trust. You know, Battler genuinely thought that he'd won against Beatrice, and I mean, fair enough, he did have a victory that, you know, it did seem quite realistic that he'd actually won, but no, there was no victory whatsoever because of the fact that Beatrice was deliberately trying to fool Battler. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of, you know, really quite, I'd assume, you know, sort of psychological like moments with Battler. I feel there's going to be a lot of grief and pain today. I don't know, that's just kind of the impression I'm getting. But by the way, let me just appreciate this background. By the way, we've got Chidu. Apparently that means scattering, and the interpretation is actually open. So yeah, I'll obviously think about that once I've finished reading everything. But yeah, it's a really quite interesting little piece of background here. It looks like in you know, the scenes with Angie and Kasumi, it looks like the parts of Rokkenjima they were in there. I don't know though, it looks a little bit different though. It looks a lot more rocky, but I definitely think it's somewhere in Rokkenjima. So yeah, episode 5, let's obviously press that. That's a good idea, isn't it? Good morning, please enjoy this new game by a new game. Hang on a second, a new game master. That's weird. Who's the new game master? That is weird. Okay, whatever happens, there's a new character, which I can never say I'm sad about. However, the game has already reached a climax. The culprit has been cornered, and there's nothing left to do but await the final checkmate. Oh, that's interesting. But for that very reason, there must be something for you to spot looking down on it from afar. Yeah, I do wonder. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly deceive you after all this time? Oh yeah, understandable, because obviously in Umineko now, in red, it said you can only trust things if they're in red at this point. Like, genuinely. Right, so this is going to be really quite something. Let us read. Right. So what are we beginning with? If we don't hit... Oh. Well, we're getting straight into it. Oh my god, you idiot. What is that echoing? Isn't it obvious? Jesus. Can I just fucking mention her face? I don't actually think I've seen this face in the question arcs, but my god, if that doesn't show a perfect representation of how bloody evil Beatrice is, then I don't know what does. Oh my god, it'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. What else? Oh my god, her laugh, it's always like that. Never ever losing its mental nature. Yeah. Is this Angie or a family member? Oh my god, wait, so why is it echoey? I don't really understand that. Look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Oh god. Jesus fucking Christ. Most sane Beatrice moment. It's magic, it's furniture, no matter how much you try and deny me. And magic. Look. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Is she basically forcing Battler to look at this? That's such dirty play. We've never seen this sprite either. Oh my god. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. So she's actually admitting to Battler that she was a total fake scum. you have got to be kidding me. Wow, that's interesting. A totally dirty plate. Oh my god, I just really find it interesting how, you know, Walugilia really doesn't seem to be the most evil character, and then you look at what she is doing to, for example, Beatrice or Battler. Oh my god. Sorry, Battler, it was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me to, but look how great it turned out. Yeah, it's awful. The worst thing is, it's totally worked with Battler though. There is no denying whatsoever that this is, you know, it's really, really done a good job. What? This is different? Oh, for fuck's sake. Pisses me off. Apparently, if you start all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft at just the right moment, you can spark a huge bump on your affection meter. Yeah, I see that though. No, it's just really, really interesting that this totally works on Battler. Oh my god, I wonder what's happening here. Oh! Oh. Right, okay. That's not what I was expecting whatsoever. I thought there was going to be a little bit more to that, but... yeah, what's this? Looks like we're in the Golden Land. That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blowing by. Yeah, because obviously in the Golden Land, nobody's inhabiting it now. There's no need for people to inhabit it, I suppose. The glittering rose petals on the bushes were... ooh, of course they're all golden. The cloud of gold butterflies that have once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals. Yeah, definitely, yeah, was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. She might be called inhumane and cruel. Yeah, I could see why. Oh, thank God. Dude, I was so scared because of the fact I didn't think you could... I thought for a second you may not be able to turn back fully, you know, be able to view a lot when you actually turn back. And obviously I like rereading stuff, so yeah. It's lucky that that's not the case. Holy fuck. Wait, you've got to be kidding me. Do you have no cursor stuff? Oh my god. I don't think there's any annoying stuff with the cursor. That's brilliant. It is interesting to think that there is no point of the Golden Land even existing at the moment, because obviously Beatrice, arrogant and outrageous. Or perhaps naive and simple. To be honest, I do see that. I mean, look at how she's deceived Battler. You know, always going for the tactic of deception. I suppose you could say that, you know, she only uses one move, but at the same time, that one move works so ridiculously well. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. Yeah, fair enough. I don't disagree with that. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. Oh. Sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the rose garden itself. That really, really surprises me. What is she actually doing here? She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. What? She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. That is weird. Her hair was down and Walugilia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Bertol surely would have spent this time complaining about this and regarding her hairstyle. No, I see that actually. That's weird. That is out of character so much so. Oh my god, what has happened to her? However, she made no response. Showed no... Yeah, that is totally weird. What has actually happened to her? There are so many contradictory things that we've actually seen with Beatrice here. So it really only looked like Walugilia was combing the golden hair of a large girl. No, I see. That is really weird. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard, along with a jumble of black and white pieces, locked in a closely fought battle. Is this a representation of the battle that they're actually having at the moment, I wonder? Like, you know, Beatrice and Battler. However, this setup looks somehow different from normal chess. Oh. Maybe this game was similar. No, not identical. Oh, that's interesting. What? And on the other side, sitting in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. This so looks like Kinzo. Oh my god, it just kind of looks like the scenes where, you know, Beatrice is playing with Kinzo, you know, in a chess match, and one of them needs to contemplate the next move they're actually going to make, and obviously if they don't, then, you know, Beatrice's move that she's been waiting for years to give Kinzo is going to be the one that prevails. Now, perhaps it wasn't this next move he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation after every change. Oh, that's interesting, because obviously I keep on forgetting that, you know, in chess you can actually... I mean, it kind of depends where you actually are. Some people will say, like, you know, if you move a piece, then you can't turn back. It's a move, even if you don't want it to be, or you don't intend it to be. But others say, you know, you can trial and error with stuff like that. But I don't know. It feels really lenient. It feels a little bit too lenient for Beatrice. Or is that just me? Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that have been made. Yeah, in the past. Kinzo, the Ujinomiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangements was like taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Oh, that's interesting. No, I see that, that's fair. Ujinomiya Batora was on a journey. True, yeah. Yeah, definitely. A search for the thought process that had led the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. True. Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah, Battler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. Oh yeah, Beatrice... Yeah. Ah. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Battler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Bertol's... Oh, I see, yeah. The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Ah, that's interesting. No, because obviously I kind of get the impression, because of the fact that they're so unpredictable, even if you try and understand the thought process, it's always going to be different because of the fact that, you know, this person has a mind of their own, and to understand an unpredictable mind, I mean, my god, you need to know your opponent very, exceptionally well. Even Battler didn't expect that Beldor would respond to that statement. Yeah, or whether he was pretending to talk to himself. It is actually really interesting. I wonder how they got in this situation. And it's just really, really weird what we just saw there, you know, at the beginning of the chapter. It's so contradictory to this. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking that there might still be some chance of her response. That is odd. God. That is weird. Firstly, the long hair, but secondly, Beatrice in general. I mean, look at her eyes. That is so weird. It's really, really contradictory. Absurdly contradictory. Like, genuinely, what has happened to her? God, she looks dead. Beldor's eyes reflected nothing. And her mouth told nothing. That is odd. After begging him to kill her. Oh, yeah. The Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. But, yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. How is she alive right now? She wasn't sleeping. She couldn't step down from this game and was therefore forbidden sleep. Ah, now it makes a little bit more sense. But at the same time, it's still, the beginning contradicts entirely. So those words must have reached her ears. However, they probably hadn't reached her heart. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. To be honest, I kind of get the impression that at times like these, you know, Beatrice really needs somebody like Battler had with Angie, but at the same time, she's never going to get anybody because, let's be honest, who is actually supporting her? Like, that is a serious question. Who in the game board is actually supporting Beatrice? Like, nobody? The Golden Witch would not sneer at Basila's moves, nor would she praise or belittle them. Yeah, she'd just totally be neutral. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Oh my god, seriously, yeah. God, I remember... I remember this, pretty cool Vocaloid creator that had Living Doll as their slogan. This person's called Sekai, if you know them. Don't know. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. Yeah, it would be an empty glance, but a glance at... God, it's totally hopeless. God, look at her face. That is weird. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture. Is there something that she actually wants to convey? Oh, or even move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Basila. That is odd. How did you decide on this move in this situation? Yeah, I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, I see the change in the facial expression. She's obviously acknowledged everything that has just been said. Berto. I do find it really, really funny that, you know, Warigiria at the moment, she's basically just being like a mother, you know, this person is talking to you. It's respectful to answer. Interesting that this chapter, by the way, is called End of the Golden Witch, and, you know, my god, if you have somebody who is so normally absurdly cruel, who firstly, you know, really uncharacteristically has it so that their hair's gone. Well, their iconic hairstyle is gone. Their hair is not gone. Beatrice is not bold. Ah, yes, Beatrice. She's elegant and bold. Can't believe it. But, you know, she's not bold and elegant. She is bold and elegant. That's probably got a few people to click off the video. Yeah, it is interesting. God, is she still saying nothing? Yeah, I do find it really, really interesting that in this, you know, situation, so Beatrice has just been killed by Basila, and obviously now she is just a corpse, but at the same time, she does have a little bit of life in her. Well, I think she's died, but at the same time, you know, these people are so powerful that, you know, they can't be killed because of the fact that she still has to play on the game board, I'd assume. Say something. Gigawalker 4 or something. By the way, there are so many of sprites at Basila that we haven't seen before. Yeah, even use that shrill laugh of yours if you want. Yeah, that is... Can you believe it? Oh my god, that's wrong. That shrill laugh of Baldos will never be heard again. What the fuck has happened? Oh, yeah, that's good, yeah. However, even if she couldn't answer... Yeah, she couldn't answer. His voice surely reached her. Yeah, that was what Basila believed as he said those words. That's good. So he said it again. Is he paraphrasing it? Or... Oh. How did you decide on the move in this situation? Don't get it at all. You're totally repeating it. Wow. It's important. I see why he's doing it. God. Yeah, so you don't understand what this child is thinking. Warigiria answers in her disciple's step. I know, it's weird. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Berto. Yeah, after all, there was no chance that Berto would respond in some way. Yeah, there was a chance, yeah, fair. And Warigiria didn't want to be the one to steal that chance. That's understandable, but at the same time, that's just really interesting. That just really, really emphasizes how much, in terms of, you know, hopelessness there is for Beatrice. I just genuinely can't believe this. Yeah, so Basila was going to have to bear with his son. Agreed, yeah. Yeah, until Berto herself answered. Yeah, fair enough, fair. Yeah, Warigiria could no longer bear to watch Basila like this. Besides, Battler also wanted to hear what Wadagiria had to say. Yeah, fair. Yeah, he believed that conversation would reach Bertol's heart. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because obviously if it's, you know, entirely talking about the battle plans and the strategies for somebody, then, you know, obviously if they're the people that actually have those battle strategies that are being talked about, then of course it will reach them. Or at least you'd hope. I don't have a clue. Yeah, it's funny that. That's a sign of a good enemy. Don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Bertol's shoes and moving the pieces like this, the less I understand. The more I try... Yeah, standing. A serial murder following an epitaph. With that as a victory condition, I tried reconstructing the games from the witch's side. But I never ended up making the moves Bertol did. Yeah... In those games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition. But none of them were similar to Beatrice's ones. I don't get it at all. It is interesting. I do wonder what we're actually going to learn about Beatrice here. This journey through her thoughts is just too rugged. Oh yeah, definitely, because, you know, he's got to fight until the end, genuinely. I won't. Yeah, good. I promised. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that was horrible. I genuinely can't tell if this is genuine or not. Wadagiria is a totally two-faced person. If, you know, that's the case. Yeah, I promised to let her die peacefully. Yeah, and it's just really interesting that, you know, here... I really can't tell. We either go for Lambda's point of view, i.e., you know, and Byrne's point of view, so that Beatrice, you know, is totally faking all of this and she's actually got moves that are devised. And to be honest, I think that is actually the most likely conclusion. I don't know. But at the same time, it's just really interesting that, you know, this is really genuine. So even though I kind of get the impression Beatrice is... No, I feel like Beatrice actually wants to die, but what she's doing is she's deliberately making it so that she plays worse, so that... You know, if she doesn't die, then she can still really deceive Battler. That's kind of the impression I get. So it's like doing a favour, but if it doesn't work out, completely, you know, making it so that the other person is disadvantaged. Yeah, I promise to let her die peacefully. And I'm the only one who can do it. Right, that's it. That's it. When Battler tries to kill Beatrice, that's when she's going to turn. I bet you anything. Bertol's right ankle was bound with... Oh, God, that's horrible. Yeah, it was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. Oh, surprises me. Yeah, fair, yeah. However, it symbolised restriction. It was a visualisation of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. I see that, yeah. Yeah. It is just horrible to think that, you know, Beatrice genuinely wants to die, but at the same time, you know, nothing can happen. She has to stay on. But at the same time, maybe it could be some sort of salvation here. But I don't know. It's just really odd. My theory about, you know, Beatrice potentially faking all of this could be fair enough, but you would have thought that if that was the case, she's either a brilliant Oscar-level actor, and she can actually act as if, you know, her expression is just totally dead, or, I don't know. But at the same time, you would have thought that if they were doing that, the light could have shone from their eyes, but I don't know. Yeah, and the shackle was probably hurting her. Yes, definitely. Yeah, that's a good comparison. The mercilessly cold shackle. Yeah, because obviously she can't... Yeah. Tormented her over and over inside her waking dream. Yeah, it's horrible. She's actually saying something. What the fuck? How? Beatrice, what are you doing? This is out of character. You talking? That just feels wrong to say, but okay. Oh my god, I wonder... Yeah, that's really quite something. part of me feels really, really bad for Beatrice, but at the same time, another part of me thinks, you know, this is a mistake that you have brought on yourself because of the fact that, you know, Beatrice was the person who had started the game board. Now, I really do wonder, the new Game Master, that's what was on the, you know, little teaser text for the chapter, so I do wonder what that's actually going to be indicative of. Maybe somebody would replace Beatrice because of, you know, her signs of immense burnout, I suppose. So there was never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Yeah. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare. Jesus. God. That's horrible. And every once in a while she would let out a pained cough. What the fuck? Unless I win. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Yeah, Bertolt will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully. That is really surprising. Are you sure you want to be doing this? Oh. Yeah. Fair enough, yeah, not interested. Why should I take part in any game unless Bertolt is my opponent? That is a really fair question, yeah. If that's the only alternative. Yeah, if that's the only alternative, then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Bertolt's thought process. I mean, that is understandable because obviously you would be able to find out, you know, what truly is happening regarding Beatrice and, you know, all of her. If you can find out her thoughts and you can find a way to actually put reason to, you know, the insane nature of the killings and, you know, reason to why she actually intends for a lot of the traps to actually happen and what she would do in a situation like that. I mean, that's perfect. Perfect for any situation, but just because you've learnt your opponent doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to apply it to every situation. Yeah, that is understandable. I mean, you know, a game without Beatrice, that would just be weird. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh my god, her expression is so weird. It looks something like Byrne would have, you know, with the cat-like smile. Or just means of opening her mouth. I'll be the next game. Oh, yeah, that's really bad. Any objections? You've got none, right? Seriously, yeah, I've got nothing but objections. Yeah, Bertolt conceded the fight and is unconscious. I mean, yeah, I would have thought so, yeah. Isn't that a loss by default and a game over for her? I'll admit a lot's happened to Bertolt, but she's basically been KO'd for now. True. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. Yeah, that's poison. Yeah, and just totally making it so that, you know, obviously Lambda has ties to Beatrice, so Beatrice can never actually leave and can never... Well, yeah, because obviously Lambda thinks, and even if she doesn't think, she will force Beatrice to have the will to fight and actually play in this game, and obviously... Yeah, that's not really good at all. Get it? But that still means, even though you may have the will to fight, but you still may have lost. Bertolt was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. Yeah, that is the weird thing. However, she wasn't sleeping. And she wasn't awake either. Yeah, it's just kind of like a... Well, I don't know. A really quite unconscious-like state. It is weird. Yeah, it is weird. Yeah. God, it's just so horrible to think that, you know, Beatrice has the world. It's just really, really surprising to me to think that, you know, Beatrice has had, you know, the world treat her so much in terms of how bad it was that, you know, death is the only thing that she actually wants and it's better than living at this point. But what I also find really interesting is, like, you know, there's the added, you know, angle of did she get what she deserved in the end? Yes. But, like, yeah. Yeah, and who had surrendered everything. Beatrice has been KO'd. That's hilarious. That is interesting. Of course, if everyone just sat around, the next game, the 5th game, yeah, fair enough, yeah, it would never be made ready. So, Lambda Delta had succeeded Berto as the next game master. Yeah, that is interesting. That's deadly. That really, really is absurdly deadly. Yeah, and announced that she prepared the next game. Quit messing around. But yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, this is a game between me and Berto. Because obviously if Lambda becomes the new game master, then, you know, what's the point of the game? I mean, you know, the objective of the game is going to change, even though, you know, it shouldn't have been. This game was a game between Battler to challenge Beatrice, so why is it now him challenging someone else? Fair enough, yeah, I don't know who you two are, but I'm not going to let you carry on without us. God! No one asked for your opinion. What will you do, Bam? Accept my challenge or not? Sure. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's bad. She's got nothing but objections. And yet now she's doing this. Quite ironic that. The hell, quit messing around. Yeah, fair. Yeah, but I don't care. I don't know who you people are, but I'm not going to let you ignore Berto and me and just carry on by yourselves. Yeah, fair. Hey, take it easy. It's scary to think. I mean, Lambda could totally take Battler down. Genuinely. Hey, take it easy. Okay, sure. A new player means you'll face new kinds of moves. I'm sure you'll see a lot of stuff that confuses you. Fair, actually. To be fair, this could actually be a really, really big advantage. It really, really could be. Yeah, and it's just interesting that here, even though Battler has actually won against Beatrice, you know, it's not a victory. And there's nothing that's actually going to happen because of the fact that, you know, there are new people here. It's just, it's totally messing around. Like, you lose against somebody just to find out that there's somebody else that you need to now play against. Like, it really, really is quite messed up. Yeah, but this is why you don't get involved with witches and you do not challenge witches. But at the same time, I mean, Battler at least has some sort of chance of living. If he died to Beatrice, I mean, I think it's obvious whether he would have a chance to live or not. Oh my god, who cares? Wow, he is totally giving them a piece of his mind. Fair enough. It isn't even her game. I mean, I get that she's... But at the same time, she literally has control and authority over Beatrice. So even though it's not her game, is it basically as good as her game because of that fact? Kind of reminds me of businesses. Quit saying whatever you want and deciding everything on your own. Oh my god. Berto's game has been repeated 4 times and you still don't understand anything, right? What? That is actually really quite funny what Burns says, because even though Battler has to, you know, use his intuition and his reasoning to actually be able to, you know, I don't know, just deduce who's actually been the killer and who has done it in human-related terms, and to deny witches as well. Yeah, but at the same time, he doesn't really know much about what has actually happened. I mean, you know, you create a truth for yourself, but, you know, you don't actually think about the actual truth. But at the same time, this is the weird thing, because even though Battler has created a truth for himself, he doesn't have a full truth. I think that's a full truth that he's actually made for himself that 100% denies witches. I think that's why Burns says, you know, he doesn't understand anything. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I don't disagree, especially because of the fact that Lambda's more powerful than Beatrice. That's none of your business. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, that's none of your business. This is our game. Bertha prepared it, and she designated it to me. She designated me to be her opponent. Yeah, fair. I see this. Yeah, I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up. Oh, you are. It's just really, really interesting with these witches because they are so much more superior and they're so much more clever than humans that they can think of anything that can just totally make them win in an argument. Yeah, in that case, wake Berto up and make her get the next game ready. Can you? To be fair, any normal human could actually think this in an argument, but it's just... But do keep in mind that, you know, if we weren't in a visual novel, this conversation would basically be happening... It would be happening at a really quite fast pace. Like, if we were viewing this for real as opposed to in a visual novel. So, yeah, you've got to have pretty quick thinking to be able to do something like that that just totally destroys the other person. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Berto won't be getting up for a while. Seriously, I wonder why they think another game is actually going to be required. Anyway, we don't even need to have another game. Yeah. The 4 games she's already laid out are more than enough. Yeah. And even if we do have some 5th game, there's no reason it shouldn't be a puzzle bit Berto lays out and I take on. Yeah. There's absolutely no reason for you to butt in. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at the 2 witches called Lambda, Delta and Burkles. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, I see this. Who had shown up well after the game's start. Ah, no, that's where you're naive. Well after the game's start, and who were now trying to take charge on their own. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Berto. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So high, in fact, that even Berto's teacher, Warugiria, couldn't even come... I know it's absurd. It is actually absurd how high they are. Take it out of context and I'd kill you. Basil had the feeling he'd seen these two several times before. Yeah, he has, yeah. I remember the time with Angie, for example. I mean, obviously he wasn't really paying attention because one of the biggest moments of his life. And also, you know, he was just totally dead at the fact that he didn't really know who he was. And, you know, Bernard literally made an effort to be able to, you know, get all of the pieces of him out just because of how much it destroyed him and, you know, pieces of his soul. However, this is the first time he'd known their names and spoken to them directly. Yeah. Yeah, that's the worst thing. You can't get the next game ready without waking Berto. That's why I'll prepare the next game. We aren't so patient. We aren't so patient that we're willing to wait forever for Berto to regain consciousness. Right, Bum? Yeah, fair. I don't like boredom. It really ticks me off. Yeah. I love that. We really don't give a damn whether you're bored or not. Come on now. Leave everything to this perfect Lambda Delta Summer. Okay. Yeah, I'll take over as a game master. Oh my god. Don't worry, I won't play with too much absolute perfection. That is interesting. Just like Bertolt, I'll set up plenty of incomprehensible fakes, clues, and bonus hints. Yeah, that is interesting. But the only thing that I'm kind of scared for, if Lambda is the game master, then what the fuck is going to happen at the end of it, though? That's the thing I'm really, really scared about, because obviously Battler's going to have to do his, you know, final showdown like we saw in, you know, the end of episode 4. I mean, my god, that is going to be difficult if it's against Lambda. I mean, Jesus Christ. Perfect. Come on. Now, I do find it really, really interesting that Lambda could have the potential to, you know, make new challenges, and I really wonder how, you know, the new killings are actually going to contradict or contrast or maybe have similarities to, you know, the previous games, and I really do wonder, you know, what's actually going to happen regarding that. Yeah. That is actually really interesting. So if you understand episode 5 more, then you're going to understand Beatrice more. Oh my god, letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches didn't flinch at all. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's just really interesting that, you know, they are so used to this kind of stuff that it's just not surprising. Yeah, the two witches didn't flinch at all. Yeah, funny, that one grinned. The other looked indifferent as though nothing had happened. Yep, somehow doesn't surprise me. Yeah, the two of them just stared at me silently. That must be so awkward. As though they were reproaching me. Yeah, that is interesting. What's this? Not satisfied. Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game? It is, yeah. He has a voice, you know, he can use it. Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game. Seriously though, yeah. I mean, this is a game that was originally designated for Battler and Beatrice. If it's not Battler and Beatrice, then why should he participate? Don't just decide that for yourself. Oh my God. I'm not going to play along with you two. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Wait, I've got to... Did he actually say... Oh my god, I've got to re-listen to that. Did he actually say shit in Kana? Oh my god, wait, I've actually got it. Oh my fucking god. Oh no, it doesn't look like it. I swear, I just heard, I don't know, it sounded really quite similar to the English, and that would have been so cheesy if I heard that right. I've got to set up a macro that hides my cursor. I think I might actually do that. No, I can do it now, that's simple. Alright. Sorry, it's just kind of annoying. Right, there we are. So if I... So look at this, my cursor's here, and now it's not. And it works, right? It does work. It does work! Cool, that's convenient. Oh, for fuck's sake, it clicks. Never mind then. Repeat 0 times. Is that actually something I can do with this? No, it just doesn't work. Fuck, that's annoying. Right. Wait, I'm just gonna see if I can do this, because... if I do a middle click... Does that work? Or... I think it might. No, it doesn't. Right, okay. Yeah, never mind then. Okay. Never mind about my macro. I'm gonna have to look into that. It's quite annoying. Yeah, that is understandable. She really sounds like a kid when she says that. But it is though, yeah. It really is a lot. Then it really is a loss by default, right? The witch side wins this game. Is it really okay to end this with the humans surrendering? Surrendering? But yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, if you step down, the game will end with your loss by default. Get it? Oh, you bastard. Yeah, that's really interesting, because now what these people are doing is they're using a really vulnerable connection that Battler actually has, and obviously a motive to make him win. Oh, and they're just twisting it. This is horrible. They are actually so bloody cruel that it's absurd. If you want to guarantee that your lonely sisters always meet with miserable circumstances in an endless number of worlds. Yeah, that option is indeed open to you. Fuck. Yeah, that's bad. What's Battler gonna say? Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, when Berncastle mentioned Angie, Battler's expression changed instantly. You bastard. Yeah, I don't disagree. Fair. God, yeah, don't you dare talk about Angie so lightly. He has such an amount of respect for, you know, his little sister. I have respect for that. Because you have an ally in me, Berncastle. Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah, the Witch of Miracles. There exists the possibility of a miracle in which Angie's family comes home to it. Yeah. Well, if you do throw that chance away and guarantee that Angie's endless future all ends... Yeah, futures all end in sorrow. That might be pretty interesting too. Well, interesting for you. It's not going to be very happy for anyone else. Yeah, that is interesting. It's so tricky though, genuinely. What do you do? Yeah, I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Bertol's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly, my parents and I will never return to Angie. Exactly, yeah. I know, yeah. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me. I know it's horrible. It's horrible that they're really using this for their advantage. Because they are. They're totally using it. But yeah, they have a weapon, so that they can use it. Could you imagine if there was a game where the real motive for the opponent actually fighting was so strong and yet it wasn't known? I mean, my god, that would be really convenient for, you know, situations like this, because obviously you wouldn't have many reasons for, you know, to get provoked. But at the same time, I do kind of feel that if they hadn't have said this, then Battler actually would have stepped down, and then, you know, firstly, Angie would have never had the possibility of being saved, and secondly, you know, she would have been... I forgot what the second thing I was going to say. Oh yeah, secondly, Battler's just going to be like a discarded game piece, just left to rot and decompose and will gather dust. Even though he's a human being. Let me just add. Wow, this is so hot today, oh my god. Yeah, god, it's just... I think this just shows the total mercilessness of, you know, Burn. I mean, my god. How you can be that merciless is, like, genuinely impressive, but okay. It's just impressive how it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. It really, really is. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied. You are absurd. Have you already forgotten how angry you were when your sister was turned to mincemeat? Yeah, these people are unbelievable. They have no respect for anybody. Holy fuck. You know, that spectacle where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless red-hot pliers. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's disgusting. You better watch more closely next time. Right, okay then. You are so wrong. Ooh, what's that? Berncastle pointed the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. Oh, was it? Oh, but it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into that crystal, that fragment... Ah, yeah, then you'll probably learn what was reflected on there. Oh my god. If you stared at it. What the fuck? She is showing that to battle? That's unbelievable. That is actually unbelievable. It's just like getting somebody who's been, you know, PTSD'd, has undergone PTSD because of some sort of really awful thing, and then just showing them the thing that actually made them undergo that trauma. I mean, my god, that is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. How dirty do these people have to play? If you stared at it, then you surely see the end, and you finally reached. After waiting 12 years, yeah, and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved... I know, it's horrible. Yeah, the scene of her death throes as her entire body was torn to bits while she still... Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, my god, he has every right to be as mad as possible. God, it's horrible. I mean, oh my god, without thinking, he grabbed at her collar. But as soon as he touched that which made up her form... Oh, it disappeared like foam on the... Interesting, that. Yeah, that's just really interesting that any sign of rage whatsoever, it can't possibly reach her. There is no way you can take out your anger, and there is no way that you can make it more clear that you are an actual human being, and you should be treated more like one. Well, the witches don't care, but still, you get what I mean. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Berncastle was leaning against a distant wall. If you step down from the game... Oh. What? This has become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. No, true. Kasumi probably will. Yeah, I won't be the one to create that future. Oh, God, that's... Oh... Yeah, I thought Kasumi with her matcha tea room. Ah, we've got to love the matcha tea room. You know, I really, really enjoy having some matcha while probably getting my fucking insides pulled out. You'll do it yourself. That's so awful. Jesus Christ. If Bum was ever in a Discord argument, she would be the guilt tripper. She would be. So decide, okay? Yeah, that's horrible. Just getting something so absurdly sensitive. And it's just really interesting with me because I'm really having this, you know, degree of shock because of the fact that, you know, this person is so absurdly merciless and they have so little, you know, knowledge of humans that, you know, they will do anything. Well, they have loads of knowledge, but they have just so little knowledge of what is right and what should be done that, you know, they are just some of the most absurdly mean people. And it's just interesting seeing how different, you know, these people's morals are compared to our own as human beings, really. You'll do it yourself. Piss off. But at the same time, it's kind of true. That's the worst thing. Yeah, Battler's fist shook with anger. But even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit... Exactly, yeah, he wouldn't be able to hit Berncastle. I suppose it is a good way to get somebody to be forced to control themselves. The witch was like a phantom, or a cat, who wouldn't even let someone pet her if... yeah, I see that, if she didn't wish for it. Fair enough, yeah. And she was telling the truth. Yeah, for Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight. It's so absurdly brutal. Oh, yes, definitely, yeah. Even if these unpleasant witches hijacked a game board. That's just like you, Bern. God, yeah, you're even heartless when you threaten people. That's how it is, Battler. Yeah, you aren't allowed to step down from the game board. And this is the worst thing, they are so much more powerful than Battler that you really think they'd let them. Yeah, you and Berto are nothing more than pieces on the board that exist to distract us from our boredom. Yeah, exactly, yeah. God, even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to us. That's absurd. And it is just really, really interesting that, you know, these people are so much more powerful than Battler that obviously they view him as somebody who is so inferior that, you know, they basically find entertainment in, you know, their arguments and their anger.
30円で2枚入ってるカレー味のポテトせんべい程度ね。
Are those curry flavored potato wafers? Potato wafers? What the fuck? What? They sell for 30 yen a pair. That is actually really cheap. I see what she's saying. What the fuck is a potato wafer? Oh, right. Okay, yeah, let me just show you what it is, and then let me show you what I thought it was. So look, this is what they actually are. But I was thinking, more... See if they have them here. Yeah. I was thinking they were more like this, but with potato, like, I don't know, design made with potato. That would be very weird. I just couldn't imagine being tormented in the worst possible way the worst possible way you've ever been experiencing in your life, and then, you know, just having these people who are so much more superior to you say that, you know, it's just entertainment for them. It really is horrible. Jesus fucking Christ. I just love that when you're in the same room as these people, or at least it feels like it because obviously you're reading the VN, you just feel genuinely uncomfortable. God. Yeah, look at Basila. Yeah, you damn witches. Witches are bitches. Fight for Angie's sake, okay? And for Berto's too, right? In a way, that was admonishing, or perhaps babying. No, I do see that. I do see the fact that that's actually kind of admonishing because of the fact that Battler has kind of given in to, you know, Beatrice acting all hard as an opponent and then just totally showing a more inferior side, and he's obviously given into it. Like the headache you get after eating something too sweet. Yeah, Bankosel tormented Battler and smart. Yeah. Of course she smiled. By now, the host of this tea party, Bertor, was absent, even though she is right there. It's funny. The guest witches were already making themselves at home. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it is just ironic. I mean, when would you ever have a situation where the guests try to become the host of a party? I mean, it's just so wrong. It's just so odd. What will you do, Ushinomiya Batora? Oh, will you surrender to fate? I feel like he's really trying hard. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. She's actually... I think what this is actually doing in subtlety is strengthening his resolve. It's hard to tell. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, you've had enough of being toyed with as a witch's piece, right? God, it sure is being tough. It sure is being tough. It sure is tough being one of Burn's pieces. Yeah. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, though, this is my question. When will a situation that will actually require him to be used like that arise? That's what I wonder. I'm sure she'll use you and throw you away just like she did with Angie. God. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. But yeah, that is fair. That is fair, yeah. Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future. Isn't it ironic after all of this, after all of that, you know, Burn literally showing Battler on a fragment the scene of his sister's death. After all of that, she's his ally. It's just hilarious that. Yeah. Until you win, I'll support you so you can reach that future. That is interesting, but why? Well, Jesus Christ, let's just hope she doesn't get bored then. For all eternity until I get bored. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, not trusting it whatsoever. Yeah, I can't let a provocation and cajolery rival me up. Oh, rile me up even. These would just know I get mad easily, and they're trying to take advantage of that. Yeah, that is understandable, yeah. Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists. Yeah, and it's just really, really interesting that, you know, they're talking about some of the most awful things that have happened to Battler just in an attempt to provoke him, because obviously they're bored and they want to see people that are lower than them get provoked and, you know, suffer, because they are low themselves. Battler withstood it all and finally relaxed his clenched fist. Yeah, God. That must be hard to withstand. Yeah. It is just really interesting that, you know, this is the kind of bad thing about Battler. I mean, obviously, it is bad, but at the same time, I think if you don't have this quality, then you're not human, basically. You know, his attachment for others. You make him you threaten the people that obviously he loves so much and that, you know, he feels as if you make a connection to Angie, you make a connection, so if he doesn't do something, then a loved one is harmed, and then you make it so that the loved one's harm is really, really emphasized. It's poison, but at the same time, it's one of the most effective ways of actually getting someone on your side. If you want to start this 5th game of yours, go ahead and do it. Yeah, do whatever you want. Yes, yeah, that's not a good thing. Yes, I will do whatever I want. Hey, where are you going? I love that sprite. It's hilarious. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. These people don't deserve to be talked to be honest. Yeah, even though Battler acknowledged this 5th game, he turned his back on them. What? You have got to be kidding me. How can you be that clueless? Much to Lambdadel's a surprise. Then I'm That's actually really quite interesting. So he's basically saying that, you know, he doesn't want to... He wants to be as uninvolved with this game as much as possible so that, you know... He just doesn't really want to support the fact that, you know, these people have been guests to the game, but because of the fact that the main person has been really, really weakened, a new game has been started. Burton is not going to allow that, no way. Oh, not a bad idea. Yeah, better than a loss by default. What the heck? Are you gonna just ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into making? She actually put effort into it. Jesus Christ. You're putting so much effort into basically realizing how to actually kill people. That's so cool, man. Rude. Says you. Battler says he's gonna take a break for a while. Yeah, until he comes back, I'll be your substitute. That is not a good idea whatsoever. How does that sound, Battler? You do that. Yeah, it's just really interesting that Battler has no desire to be involved with this. No desire. So he is evading the obligation to play as much as possible. Yeah, they're not. What's wrong, Lambda? Yeah, what's wrong, Lambda? So you'll refuse to play if it's against me, instead of that fool Battler. Of course not. I'm glad I get to play for you, Ben. You've got to be kidding me. They're already beginning the next game. Come on, let's play. Let's play together in Lambda. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, Lambda Delta Summers. Of course, gotta have that summer. Gotta have that respect. Super, hyper, and cute. Cute? What? Let me guess. It's gonna be people are gonna be really, really dead cutely. Eats your entire guts cutely. Miwensai no uta. It's technically as a world Bertolt created. Oh my god. You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you? She's going to make it better, let's be honest here. Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff. Oh, that's going to be interesting. I made sure to use a Bertolt-ish atmosphere to make a tale that's even more interesting. Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over, okay? Well, for you? Did you realise that the world doesn't actually revolve around you? Very hard question, I know. It would be a shame to miss
ベ
this.
アとの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。
That is actually really, really interesting. So if you find out these bonus hints, then you are going to have so much more knowledge about Umineko's plot. There are a lot of hints that I've noticed in episode 4 and that I've been told by people. So yeah, thanks if you told me anything. But yeah, for example, you know, the Angie-related stuff. How did Sakutaro be resurrected if Beatrice in red in the Golden Land said that he couldn't be resurrected? And it's really interesting. I've got a theory myself. You can see it on my video for part 4 finale if you want, but yeah. What I love about this plot is there are a lot of really subtle inconsistencies, and they make theorizing really quite interesting. Hmm.
見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。
Oh, fuck. Or at least that's what it will look like. So you could potentially think, oh, this is going to be brutal. This really, really is. So basically you're going to think, you know, you could potentially be close to finding a bonus hint, but then you're going to realise that everything's going to totally shatter. I.e., when I say everything, I'm referring to my understanding, because obviously it may be something that's not important whatsoever. Or at least that's what it will look like when it's actually filled with misdirect. When it's actually filled with misdirection that makes stuff more and more confusing.
こらバトラー、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Wait, hey Butler, why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? I don't really think he has desire to. That's hilarious. Without answering, Butler disappeared into the darkness after shrugging and cackling. Jesus Christ, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Bertor. They had stolen it though, yeah. Couldn't agree more. Wonder what's going to happen now. Ooh. Yeah, I do wonder, because obviously I kind of get the impression because of how much more powerful Lambda is than Beatrice. I just kind of feel like she's going to be a little bit more mean because of that. And obviously with the hint stuff, that's even worse. Can those witches really understand Bertor's game? I do wonder. Oh, that's awful. Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything this child cannot do. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, but this is the worst thing, because even though there may be hints that could actually enable Battler to learn more about Beatrice, he's going to have to also learn new opponents while trying to learn about his old opponent as well. What do you mean things she wouldn't do? God, her face is so odd. It feels so wrong to see. Yeah, the materials of chess exist so that you can play chess. Yeah, definitely, yeah. You cannot use them to play cards. However, when it comes to throwing chess pieces at your opponent and scribbling on them on the board, those things are not impossible to do. Yeah, definitely, yeah. However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess, so... Fair, yeah, so people choose not to do that. That is understandable. I mean, if you just have a game and then you think, I don't know, let's say it's a controller game and then you say that, I don't know, I'm going to play it with my controller upside down. Boom. Absolute blasphemy to, you know, how the game actually should be played. But at the same, that's a shit example, but you get what I mean. I am trying not to say playing a keyboard game on controller, or the other way around. Yeah, that was actually really interesting. And I mean, what Wadagiri is saying is, I'm interpreting it like this. So you can, you know, you have a chess game and then you can make it so that the results of the chess game decide which card people can use. And then the results of those cards decide which person has won. But at the same time, that's a shit game because obviously, well, wait, no, it's not. It's not. Because if you make it so that the chess game, it is a shit game no matter what you think. But you could have a chess game and then people win. And then you have piles of different cards, and each pile doesn't definitively have really, really good cards. It has a higher chance of getting good cards. So let's say there's 4 cards in each pile. You could have, for example, if you are really close to winning, then you can have one that has, I don't know, like a 90%, no, a 75% chance of getting a really good card. But if you totally lose, then maybe 25%. But at the same time, with that logic, then you probably need something, obviously 50% if it's a stalemate, but it kind of depends on how much you've lost, though, because, I don't know, maybe there could be different piles depending on that. Like, there could be a 10% pile, for example, but that's kind of the example I'm thinking of. But because of that, it would be blasphemy against the game of chess because of the fact that, you know, the chess game is just being used to decide something. It's not being used as a full game in itself, I suppose. I think that's too far. I think that's actually... Like, who would say that's blasphemy against chess? Yeah, Beatrice is... I wonder what Beatrice is actually thinking. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Berto's eyes seem to cloud slightly with sadness, and that could potentially give us the impression that Beatrice is not happy with this. Yeah, damn them. No, I agree, to be fair. It's just like, you know, have they really had anyone's consent or permission before doing this? But at the same time, the Witch's World is brutal. Yeah, but now it's not. Now it's not. That doesn't matter whatsoever. Beatrice needs to go alive, or Beatrice needs to become alive, or, you know, Battler's going to have a really, really strong opponent. This game's between me and Berto. Yeah, I won't let anyone else defile it. Ooh, well, that's interesting. Not someone I was expecting to see. At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Rolove appeared, holding a tea seat with black tea. Oh my god, a tea set. Dude, I swear, I cannot read when my eyes are tired. Would you like some more? I love that's the first thing he asks. If you wouldn't mind. Damn, it's impressive. Certainly. So. That's going to be interesting. How goes this journey of yours in search of my lady's stores? I don't have a clue, but I'm enjoying it. However, are you sure about this? Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah. I see that because obviously the opponents are so much more deadly. He needs to make the most of every second. I agree with Rodonove, to be honest. Yeah, is it truly alright for you to relax here? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you mean that game those witches just started all by themselves? Indeed. What? I kind of get the impression that's because Lambda and Burn are doing a little bit of a round before Battler does his. I don't know. Indeed, just now when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first Twilight had already taken place. What? And it seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. When Berto and I were playing, I know it's genuinely so surprising, but this game is completely concurrent, and that does make sense why he's actually thought he could relax. Yeah, when Berto and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever somebody left their seats. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's first come, first serve, really. However, those witches won't pause that game just because I wasn't around. Yeah. Hold on, where did you see that game? Just a part of it. Oh, I wonder. How was it? Ooh. Rodonoe lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it. Oh, that's interesting. I do wonder how it's actually going to compare to Beatrice's game. That's really, really surprising, though. This game is occurring at such a fast pace. I kind of get the impression that's because of the fact that I feel Lambda and Burn just want to have a little bit of a sneak peek at the game. Obviously, they're going to make an entire family in a fragment die, but yeah, let's just not mention that, but okay. Oh, that's interesting. It did not have love. Yeah, but that is ironic. Yeah, what do you mean like that? Yeah. My apologies. That is how a woman might put it. As a man. Oh. Yeah, that's bad. It doesn't surprise me that these people play totally dirtily. Yeah, that's how a woman might put it. As a man, one might call it dishonourable. I understood what those words meant. Yeah, definitely, yeah. When I met Wadagiriya's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. Yeah, it is interesting that, you know, obviously you would have thought that because of these people being, you know, even though these people were... Oh, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. You know, it's just interesting seeing their dissatisfaction at other witches, really. Wadagiriya and Gap. Best ship. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I do wonder what's going to happen. I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly on the surface. However, its foundation is quite different. Does it go against the rules of Bertolt's game? Oh yeah, of course it doesn't. Yeah, so that nothing can be validly commented on. So no, it does not. Yeah, definitely, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Lambda Delta-sama actually does understand the rules of Milady's game very well. However, oh god, this is going to be a big however. Right, what's it going to be? Basila stood up. Oh, that is interesting. There was no need to make Ronove same anymore. Batara-kun. Sorry, Ronove. Yeah, I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need. Yes, you will go after all. He should, yeah. Yeah, definitely. If the game is really absurdly brutal, then he needs to. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we don't need any outsiders in our game. I mean, that is understandable, but at the same time, just wait until you realise that they may not think that. Haha, these guys weren't even here in the beginning. Yeah, they were, but okay. Because they've been loafing about. Crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. That is interesting. No, I don't disagree with the fact that he's been loafing about. I think that always he has been trying his absolute hardest to be able to actually make it so that the game board has been, you know, so that he has a potential chance of winning. But I just kind of get the impression that, you know, now, because of the fact that, you know, he has such high standards for himself, he views his previous efforts as just, you know, doing nothing. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beatrice. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, I've got to take it back. I suppose so, yeah. Yeah, right now I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Bertolt's game board. Yeah, fair. That means I can't just sit around here. Thank you. Yeah, that is good. I wanted to let this child hear those words. Yeah, I'm sure she hears them. Fair. Yeah. Melody is simply unable to answer. God. It is so weird seeing Beatrice like this. Yeah, Bertolt lay there silently like a living doll with dull eyes. It is weird. The game board she created herself has been hijacked by incomprehensible people. Yeah, I like that. Incomprehensible. It is true, though, yeah. And was being turned into a... Fair. Yeah, but I really, really do wonder what the mysteries are actually going to be and how much they're going to differ. I really do wonder. If I was designated to be her opponent, then Beltor must have created this game for me. Yeah. I've got to take it back. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Wait here. Yeah. I've got to take it back. I do wonder how Beatrice actually feels regarding this. I mean, my god, if you look at this and just how absurdly different she is, I mean, I really do wonder what's actually going to happen with regards to her. Maybe she's going to get back on the scene when, you know, the game board's actually begun again. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I mean, you know, it's actually really quite odd with the whole game board related stuff because, you know, in the end of it, she has objectively, you know, died. So I just really wonder how... I mean, obviously she can't leave the game board, so she hasn't fully died. But the thing is, this is just genuinely so unfair with Battler because of the fact that people have hijacked the game board. His victory means nothing. Of course, Beltor didn't respond in any way. Yeah, that's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. She is depending on you. She really, really is. And it's just so surprising to think that, you know, that is the genuine case. But it is. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Why did you run away? Yeah, I'm counting on you two to look after this golden sleeping beauty. You will not be right back. Come on. Yes, leave it to us. See you later, Battler-kun. And please. And please, in this game without this child, please try to find some part of her. If you can. Oh, that is interesting. If you can, then even if this child is absent, it will mean you have fought with her. That's actually really interesting. So she's basically trying to say, like, you know, try to find out some stuff regarding, you know, her true mindset, really. Because if you do, and, you know, learning about more than Beatrice, well, I suppose you would have fought with somebody because of the fact that, you know, you've learnt more about your opponent. You're right. Fair enough, it's all useless. What am I doing? Let's go. And let's take it back. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches. God, yeah, said with total confidence. Yeah, his break was over, even though his break literally lasted for around, like, a minute. Like, maybe 5 minutes at the very least. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this. Oh yeah, the whole world shattered as though it was being made, as though it was made out of thin glass. Oh yeah, there we go. Now the shit has got real. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that that smoking room where Basil had fought Bertor so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Right. Yeah, what do you think you're doing?
今頃戻ってきたの？
You're only coming back now.
超遅すぎ。
It's way too late.
もうゲームは2日目どころか大詰めも大詰めよ。
Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale. I think they're playing a little bit quickly, don't you?
バトラがいつまでも
Jesus
来ないから。
Christ.
私が勝手に進めちゃったわ。
You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Yeah, like you even... Seriously, yeah, and they didn't even tell him that the game was going to begin. That's the funny thing. They just have so little courtesy. Yeah, like you even waited for me in the first place.
ベルンはあんたよりずーっと頭が冴えてて痛快だったわよね。
Well, she's also like maybe 1 to 2,000 years older. I wonder why she is more skillful.
うるせえ。
Shut up.
プレイヤーは俺だ。
But seriously, yeah, I'm the
大
player.
役の魔女どもは引っ込んでろ。
You substitute witches can just take a step back
別
now.
に今から参加しても構わないけど、もう出番ないわよ。
They should probably begin a new game. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore.
確かに。
Seriously.
だってもうクライマックスもクライマックス。
After all, we're already at the
これ
climax.
で多分ベルンが詰めたゲームセットだもの。
Jesus Christ, after this spent will probably corner me. How good are these people though? I think it's just really, really surprising. You just get such a perspective on the difference of experience. Like, you know, what Battle would take days to figure out, Byrne can literally do in a few minutes. I mean, that just shows how much time she has spent. It's ridiculous. What the hell? Yeah, fair enough.
いいんじゃない？
Nothing wrong with that, is there?
最後の詰めくらい見物しても。
Why don't we let him watch the final end game?
そうね。
Of course.
おいでなさい。後ろ宮バトラ。
Come on over, Ushiro. Yeah, Batola.
もうほとんどおしまいだけど、私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲーム。エピソード5。End of the Golden Witch。
I love that. That's actually really, really interesting because obviously, you know, the episode 5 title, it really, really makes sense as to why it could potentially be the end of the Golden Witch. And it's interesting that, you know, Nonoware said that, you know, the game is just dishonorable, really disrespectful, brutal. Yeah, even though it uses all of the same principles that a Beatrice-like game would. That is interesting. I really hope we see the full game rather than, you know, just the end game. Oh. This is surprising. Oh, fuck. Oh, right. I was meant to read that. What? I'm so confused. Wait, so... Oh my god. It's Shannon, Kanon, Gorda, Rudolph, Kirie, Patala. Not very happy. Oh god, yep, tragedy. Looks like a really quite scared Natsuhi. So, yeah, giving us a little bit of a spoiler with the character there. Damn you. Are any of these, no, it doesn't look like it. I don't know. Right, oh, that's interesting. I just kind of wanted to go back a little bit, just because I wanted to read, hang on, I just wanted to read the Beatrice character card. I want to see if there's one that's new. Right, okay, here is the stuff that looks really quite relevant. That is interesting. So she clashes with Burn, who denies this illusion. That's actually really, really interesting. So does that obviously gives me the impression that, you know, like Burn said, she is going to be doing exactly the same stuff as Battler. That really surprises me. So she is actually going to potentially be an ally. Potentially. Interesting. So Beatrice won't actually be able to learn the truth about the 5th game. Right. That is interesting. So she hasn't died, because obviously she's not allowed to, but she has lost her right to be the master of the game. Yeah, seriously. That is interesting. A witch denying the illusion of the witch. Interestingly enough, just like Angie. It's absurd. It really, really is absurd. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, so it's going to be a real game of deception. So obviously everyone here is the same. Are we going to get, oh, we're not going to get any Chiesta sisters. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot that they have the Iceland flag. There will be differences, I don't disagree with that. Interesting stuff. Right, hang on a second. Right, okay, so we're here now. Right, I don't want to read the tips for the last game board because I don't want spoilers. But I will tell you what. There is one character that I am fucking excited to see. Hint was that they were... let's see if we can actually find... Hint was that they were near all of the, you know, people. All of the 18, interestingly enough. So, if we can look in the tips. Yeah, so I can't really tell. See... Right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm really paranoid about these... Well, wait, there's one I forgot to read, sorry. Well, he does now. It's a bit contradictory. But, yeah, I don't want to read this in case this is an actual spoiler for what's going to happen in the game. Like, I want to learn this when I learn it, really. So, but obviously I'll reread it if this is a different game to what's actually happening here. This is going to be interesting though, so we're going to get the end first. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in the parlour. Ah, yeah, fair. And with one exception. What? It has been shown that none of them have committed murder. What the fuck? And the culprit is among these people.
Oi, oi.
Whoa. Oh, no. Hang on a second. When, Nornove says it's really, really dishonourable and really, really without love, is it because of the fact that everyone really, really gets paranoid and really goes against each other and there's a lot more conflict? Oh, fuck. That means it's conclusive, isn't it? What the fuck? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you. This looks like a total nightmare world. As we can see here... Bet you George is dead. Jesus fucking Christ. Poor Eva! Oh my god. Somebody didn't like Rosa's family? Fucking hell, it was you. Oh. You killed George, you killed my husband. Why? God. Yeah, this is a nightmare scenario. Oh my god. Oh. You have got to be kidding me. She's just basically accusing Natsuhi because of the fact that she feels like accusing somebody. But at the same time, yeah. Jesus Christ. That is rare. I don't think I've ever seen Natsuhi be, you know, completely anything but articulate. Fucking hell. God, look at Basila's expression. They did a really good job on the new sprites and Basila's, you know, expressions. In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm. Yeah, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly. Yeah, definitely, yeah, Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed on her. I agree. Yeah, it's so detached from her normal professionalism. However, there was no longer any way around it. Yeah, definitely, yeah. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, and pointed at Aunt Natsuhi and said it one more time. What? What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh my god. So, this person, whoever she is a new piece. I don't really know who the fuck this is. But at the same time, hang on a second, I just genuinely don't understand. How have these people let this weird-ass person into their family conference? What? You're the culprit, Ushidomi Natsuhi-san. Oh, that is interesting. Right, new opening time. Oh my god. Oh, I've got to turn it down. But, yeah. Right, this is going to be so interesting. Okay, right, let's get into this. Oh, we get the rose, of course. Ooh. Is that Bert? No, that's Natsuhi, it looks like. Who is that? Ooh. So we get all of the characters. We get Beatrice. Beatrice again. Oh, we get her! Oh my god, I fucking love this. Oh, we get her again. Yeah, that's the person we just saw. What are they? Who's that? Oh, I see the red stakes. I see Beatrice and Lambda, but that was a fucking cool shot. Beatrice again, Angie. Oh, his reason to fight. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that before. You interest me. Oh my god. Right. This is a good opening. Oh, Kinzo. Are we going to see any new characters? Oh, we didn't. Damn it. Oh, I saw two people there that were in white silhouettes. Oh god, it's Basila and Beatrice. This is a really cool opening, though. I love just the ridiculousness of the corrosion and the magical increase that's actually happening in, you know, Rock Genjima there. Are we going to see any new characters? Damn it. So the only new character we saw was that blue-haired girl that, you know, looked really quite small and, I don't know, wore a really quite big dress. The dress would be reminiscent of one that a witch would have, though. It just kind of surprises me that, you know, she's there. Like, why is she there? I don't understand whatsoever. And who is she? What is she? What is she doing? Is she the murderer as well? Oh, hang on a second. Is this, looks like this is before the game board has actually begun. Interesting. Right. It's Natsuhi. Please open up. Oh, that is interesting. So what's actually going to happen regarding any of this? This is a really different perspective this time. As she knocked loudly and repeatedly, Natsuhi yelled. Why? Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I wonder how it's going to compare to what happened in episode 1. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odour flowed out. Yeah. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that. oh, it's only a human reaction. But at the same time, I do see what she kind of means, because obviously you prove yourself when talking to Kinzo. You need to be on your best guard. Even though she thought it was rude to the family head. Yeah, fair, yeah. Kraus is... What the fuck? What? Kraus is waiting for her inside the study. What? Natsuhi flew into his arms. His father was he... Oh, this is interesting. Calm yourself. Oh, that's interesting. This all makes sense. It's so that father can be dead and there can be 17 people that start the game. God, we've already had one death and we're not even like an hour in. Well, we are actually, but still, you get what I mean. That opening was so cool, by the way. Whoever that character is that we saw just there, she's going to be very significant, I bet. With an uncertain gait, Natsuhi walked towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. So Kinzo has died, and it is a massive deal as well. There, a dignified bed fitting for the Ushinomiya family head could be seen. Yeah, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. God, yeah, Dr. Nanjo. His father. God, I just find it really, really interesting that, you know, out of everybody who actually... I do wonder if it's because of the fact that nobody realises... Wait, hang on, I'm dumb. It's because of the fact that there's nobody there, I'm assuming. I'm assuming this is before the game board is actually taking place, before the family conference is happening. After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. Yeah, that is interesting. It has so much relevance to what we saw before. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, asleep. He died peacefully. I don't think Kinzo-san had any regrets. God. Jesus Christ, she really, really is bereaved. God. That really surprises me. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen such a bereaved reaction for Kinzo. I mean, my God, that just really, really surprises me. I mean, obviously I knew Natsumi and... Natsumi, oh my fucking God. Natsuhi and, you know, Kinzo, they obviously shared a bond, but I just never really realised it was this big. You know, this really puts into perspective the size of their bond. My God. God, what has actually happened to him, I wonder? What was the means of death? Sobbing, Natsuhi slumped over the chest of that man who had fallen into a sleep from which he could never awaken. That really is surprising. God. Yeah, good. Good thing to say. Yeah, madam, please stay strong. God. Fair, yeah. This is just too sudden. God. It just genuinely surprises me how, you know, absurdly upset Natsuhi is. I mean, obviously I knew they had a bond, but, you know, I just didn't realise it was this big. Yeah, God, and even somebody that has literally known Kinzo longer than Natsuhi ever has, you know, he's just silently taking it. Yeah, Natsuhi couldn't stop crying over the death of a man who'd she... yeah. Okay, that makes sense now. But it still does really, really surprise me that they have such a connection. Like, even though, you know, obviously Natsuhi had loved Kinzo like a second father, at the same time, though, I mean, look at how Kinzo treats, for example, Kraus. Look at how he treated him in episode 4, and look at how in any other episode as well, really. It's just surprising that, you know, despite Kinzo's change, Natsuhi's love has still remained, really. God, yeah, Kumasawa rubbed Natsumi's back, consoling her. Yeah. Kraus slumped into his late father's favourite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in the memories of his departed father. Yeah. Fair, yeah. Or perhaps he thought that just by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nanjo, just as he has just as he had when Ginzo once sat in the chair, contemplating a chess move, turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. Yeah, that is understandable, yeah, because obviously it is so absurdly sudden and unexpected as well. If only he'd been sick in bed for a year or so first. Yeah. I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangements could have been made. You have got to be kidding me. Don't tell me he's talking about the arrangements for him there. Come on. It's the other way around. No, I see that, yeah. Though it is a really, really sudden death, at the same time you can think about that. Kraus, you may not have your inheritance arrangements lined up, but... Yeah. Fair enough, yeah, at least that's true as far as public appearances are concerned. Okay, I mean, I obviously, you know, find that a little bit funny, but at the same time, this person's father has literally died and yet he's making jokes. But at the same time, this really, really just proves the absurd extent to how unloving and awful Kinzo is as a person, really, to anybody else that's inferior. Nanjo understood that as well. Yeah. Ushinomiya Kinzo, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, yeah, had died. That's a really interesting analogy. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale. No, I don't disagree, yeah. And it would also probably be the ceremony of marking Kraus's inheritance of the headship. Yeah, fair, yeah. He would have to arrange everything as the host of that event. Carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly. Oh god, yeah, I suppose there is really, really a lot of preparation. No, there is a shit ton that you'll have to prepare. And, you know, there's just so little time because of the fact that, you know, Kinzo has done this. Oh, and make it clear to all that the Ushinomiya family still had enormous influence. Oh, to all that the Ushinomiya family still had enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, because obviously you want as much power, you want as much business, and you want to build your resort. As Nanjo watched Kraus, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been successfully selected as the Ushinomiya. He really, oh my god, he was there to see that. That's absurd. When Kinzo had been lost and confused. Yeah, in this way, he was able to understand Kraus's distress and sympathise with it. Fair, yeah, because obviously, you know, Nanjo would have had to, you know, he probably, because of the fact that he's a really close friend of Kinzo, I don't know, maybe he'll have to say some honorary words or something like that. Or maybe it was the funeral in which his family suddenly died in the Great Kanto earthquake, I think it was. Can't remember exactly though, I think it is the Kanto earthquake, but I don't know. Yeah, Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman. Yeah, Genji returned to where Kraus was, and as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly. Yeah. Genji-san and I will deal with the formalities. Yeah, and it is so interesting to think that this has actually happened before anything else. Yeah. Kraus-san, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. Contact? Who the fuck accidentally says it like that? Jesus Christ. I mean, okay, there are some errors which I obviously make because I suck at talking, but, you know, if they're that embarrassing, then Jesus Christ, I should just give up. I should just duct tape my mouth whenever I want to play a VN. To be fair, I would be able to get through a lot more content. Obviously worth it. Totally. Kraus, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Yeah, it's just really, really interesting that, you know, I don't really think he's stressed because of the fact that he's lost his father, but, you know, it's because of all of the knock-on effects that it will have for him, really. Kraus, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come. Fair, yeah, Kraus couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them. Fair. Yeah, leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me. Oh, yeah. And I suppose there is the real amount of stress that, you know, Kraus will actually have to mitigate Natsuhi's emotions and will hopefully be able to find a fix, but at the same time it's ambiguous whether that will be possible or not. Hopefully Kraus can make Natsuhi's day better, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As I'm responding to Genji's words, Natsuhi came over. Oh, damn. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah. Her eyes were red for crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them even better than Kraus did. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, definitely. And from this, I see difficulty, and, sorry, let me just reconfirm, difficulty. Let me guess, in the game board, Kinzo's going to be alive. Starting now, you are the head of the glorious Ushinomiya family. Fair, yeah. Yeah, because obviously Natsuhi has viewed, you know, Kinzo as so much of a significant person to her life, you know, a second father. So obviously you need to show yourself as the best possible person so that she can be, you know, she can be made happier. And she can... Wow. God, that's your wife. I, Natsuhi, am prepared to serve you until the days our coffins are laid down alongside. Jesus Christ. Ironic that really foreshadows stuff, because obviously that would be indicative of the fact that, you know, they die at the same time. There'd be a funeral service where there would need to be more than one coffin. Well, I mean, or they would just have, you know, in the graveyard, graves that are next to each other. But obviously this really is like a foreshadowing for what's actually going to happen in this, because obviously they're all going to die, let's be honest here. It's interesting that Kraus is really surprised at how suddenly his father has died, rather than showing any signs of grief. Yeah, it's so much burden. So much burdening. Yeah, trying to encourage her husband, who is overcome with shock. Yeah, that is understandable, yeah. Overcome with shock. Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. Yeah, when Kraus finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face. Yeah, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep sigh. Yeah, please stay strong. And it is just really interesting that even though, you know, obviously his father has just died, the thing is, this creates... The fact that his father has died completely changes his life for the most stressful reasons. Please stay strong. Yeah, fair. Yeah, there are a great many people who are planning to devour everything father has left behind. Fair enough. Yeah, we must fight to protect father's honor and wealth. That is the responsibility of the Ushinomiya head. I understand. God, yeah, you just totally see him losing composure. God, yeah, Dr. Nanjo, Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral arrangements. Especially you, Genji. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, makes sense, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be a fitting one for father. God, I just find it really, really interesting that, you know, these people are so composed and so, I don't really want to say emotionless, but so disciplined that their friend that they have known for, like, you know, over 50, well, probably over, well, for several decades, let's just say, you know, and yet he can be unfazed by it, and yet he can, you know, respond to his master's orders. But at the same time, I do kind of get the impression that with a person like Genji, he is one person on the outside, but another person in the inside. Maybe in the inside, you know, he's just one that cannot control his grief whatsoever. It's hard to tell. And Dr. Nanjo. Father didn't pass away in a hospital, so... Indeed. Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, an autopsy might be required depending on circumstances. Fair. Can't you do something about that? Even though he has passed away, Father's body is precious. Fair. Fair, yeah. Any damage done to it would not be acceptable. I understand how you feel. Yeah, that is understandable, yeah. However, it is also important to deal with these matters properly. Yeah, because obviously if you deny somebody permission to do an autopsy, that's just basically saying to the police, what if he has been murdered? And you are basically being really, really incriminating because of the fact that you're denying an opportunity for it to be seen. And I don't really know how to say this. Yeah, definitely. Yes, yes. Starting conspiracies, but several of the relatives might make things difficult, yes? Who knew how those vultures after the inheritance? Oh, yes, might try to find fault with them. Anyway, yeah, anyway. They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death. Yeah. Using that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Yeah, agreed. Right now, it was important to not only pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but also to solidify the position of the new family head, Kraus. Yeah, agreed. You cannot... Yeah, understood. Please keep it to an absolute minimum. Yeah, they should. God, yeah, make sure that Father's dignity is not damaged, even by mistake. That'll be fine. So don't worry. Yeah. In any event, leave Kinzo-san to us and stay by Kraus-san's side. Yeah. Agreed, yeah, things will start to get quite difficult from here on out. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and you two did. Please stay strong. God, yeah, he's just totally overcome by the stress. God, yeah, Kraus was still staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. She understood the shock and heavy responsibility you bore. Yeah, it's good that, yeah. Natsuki understood her husband's feelings as much as anyone. Yeah. I will contact the relative. God, yeah. Please rest for the time being. Fair, yeah. Kraus didn't respond. Natsuki, thinking him to be just a bit unreliable at the moment, decided that she must offer her support. Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Natsuki to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face. Yeah, seriously. Fair, yeah. Let's just start by doing whatever we can right now. I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father. Fair, yeah, we should step out for a moment. I do wonder what's actually going to happen here. Good point. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, good point. After all, this will probably be the last time he gets that chance. Definitely, yeah, being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's absurd. Yeah, there's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Yeah, definitely, yeah. So I really wonder if he is actually going to cry or if he isn't. It's really hard to tell because part of me thinks he would, but another part of him, another part of me really doesn't. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even so, Kraus, yeah, continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. God, yeah, Natsuhi urged the servants to go. Oh God, yeah, I'll go talk to Jessica too. God, I know, yeah, that's horrible for her. Poor girl. That child is now the successor to the headship. Fair. Yeah, I'll make sure to tell her to be fully prepared. Wait, not what I was expecting? Really not what I was expecting, what? As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking.
Hi.
Yes? Wait.
Hi.
Yes? Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? That is odd. Is he really paranoid or stressed, or is he seeing things? But despite that, he told her once again to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuki understood that he'd probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, the rest of you downstairs. I'll stay with my husband. Please call us on the phone if anything happens. This is going to be interesting. I do wonder... God, I thought I told you to wait. But she literally is... Oh, is he referring to everyone? Oh, new soundtrack. When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Yeah, I do wonder what's actually happening regarding Kraus. Oh no, it isn't. It's just a new bass line. Or at least it sounded like a new bass line. I can never recognise the beginning of it. I swear there are more low frequencies in this one. I don't know. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him. Yeah. What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, wait a second. Give me some time. Yes, I understand. Fair, yeah. It's important to sort things out inside your heart. We were just going to leave this place in silence to give you some time, okay? Yeah, and I'm telling you to wait before doing that. Listen up, no one move. Not even an inch. This is really uncharacteristic. What has happened? And I am not going with the answer Kraus has murdered his father. He would never do that. But this is really interesting. I feel like Kraus knows something that nobody else does. I really wonder. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. But you then have to move more than an inch. God, this is odd. So just stay quiet and don't talk. Don't do anything. God, yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. No, but that's just how ridiculously stressed Kraus is. Yeah, Natsuki couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behaviour, which almost make it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. That's hilarious. God, Natsuki told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on a sofa in a short distance off, approached her husband and spoke to him in a small voice. Yeah, if you order it, I'll wait for however long you ask. I won't move.
ですからどうかお気を鎮められてください。
So please try and calm yourself.
違う。
God.
そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
That's not it, that's not it. Was it really blood? Or was he... was he actually being possessed? This is really weird though, genuinely. That is interesting. Oh god, it's the head curse. Krause's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she was this, and until he became certain that Krause was Kinzo's son after all. Yeah, fair. And that he was the true successor. More suitable than any other person. That is interesting though. I genuinely wonder what's actually going to happen regarding this though. It's just really quite odd for Krause to be so uncharacteristically stressed. But, you know, obviously, judging by the circumstances, it's not that odd. But still, I just wonder if there's something more to this. God. Oh. Natsuhi, come here. Krause stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a smaller amount. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Natsuhi realised that he must have something secret to discuss. Yes, dear? What is it? Father dying. Oh, it's bad. Yeah. But he has already passed away. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I kind of get the impression that he is really, really stressed about how it's going to affect him. But he has already passed away. We cannot turn back time. That's not it. It's bad that it happened now. Is it because of the family conference? What do you mean? Been putting up father's fortune up as collateral. I won't be able to hide it when the division of the inheritance comes into question. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Was a collateral was basically just interchangeable with property, right? I always get assets and collateral confused. So I just want to fully confirm. Oh wait, no. So oh right. So something pledged as security for repayment. Oh yeah. Of course, because yeah, remember about limited and unlimited liability. Oh my god. Yeah, of course. Because you lose all your collateral if you're in unlimited liability and you have unrepayable debt. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. Oh, that's fucking bad. Oh my god. Yeah, that's interesting. What? Collateral, you say? How much? Oh, this is gonna be fun. You remember how I helped out Kondo-kun back in Melody Land? What the fuck is Melody Land? Wait, is that like an actual place in Japan? Nah, it looks like a fake. Looks like a... Wait, so let's see. Oh no, I can't. You've got to be kidding me. Is there no... There's no translation to Japanese. Fuck that. That actually pisses me off. None of this. Oh, didn't I tell you to break ties with that person? Oh, this is going to be difficult though. They're going to have to cover up this scandal. They, I think, are going to have to get somebody new to make it so that they, you know, have somebody to actually, you know, consult about diverting the scandal. Because they could, in theory, do it. But at the same time, if they diverted the scandal, would that would definitely mean more trouble when they've actually been found out. Yeah, didn't I tell you to break ties with that person? Oh, I thought you said you'd refused him. Condo in Melody Land. Melody Land. It sounds like some sort of business. Theme park, amusements, stuff like that. Or maybe arcades, who knows? God, a total love. There is such thing as a man's honor. Oh, that's interesting. I couldn't refuse. So he's been doing shady business, and yet he thinks a man's honor is what justifies it. Right. Kraus claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuki knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal that he just couldn't refuse. Oh, that's interesting. So as a result of, you know, the deal that... Oh, that's interesting. So putting Kinzo's funds up as collateral means that... Well, I suppose he can actually have... Sorry, I'm really clueless when it comes to this kind of stuff. So if you have funds and then you have it as collateral, can you in theory sell the collateral so that you have more cash that you can then give for the deal? That's what I'm assuming it is. I don't know though. Oh, yeah. There wouldn't be a problem if we had plenty of money on hand. Yeah, but didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to return this island into a resort? Yeah, I did. And there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way. Ah. Fair enough, yeah. If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. Yeah. Definitely, yeah, you need money to repay people. You need money to make money. True. Fair, yeah, you can't even get started without money. Fuck, this is difficult. That's really interesting. And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company. That is actually really quite interesting to think. So, you know, there would have been so much more promise if, you know, the planning company hadn't actually been... I swear it was because they were badly paid. I don't know though. Oh, right. So, you know, in this context, it would be, you know, assets, so the collateral assets that are actually pledged to the person that is actually offering a loan out, so that, you know, the loaner is obviously... Well, the person that is giving the loan is obviously going to give the money towards Kraus, but he is going to have to signify his commitment and the fact that he isn't completely taking advantage by actually getting the collateral there. So the collateral's then going to be really, really bad, because if he doesn't get this collateral into, you know, positions that make it look like they're clean, then firstly it's going to be really, really questionable on his business, and also, you know, anything in general, really. His monetary status, stuff like that. Oh god. This is basically... his reputation is over. Even though he has become the head of the Ushinomiya family. That's absurd. Yeah. It's so true what he's saying, though. Oh. I'm in contact with a government official in the city. God. I even got the governor's word that this will become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. God. The groundwork I laid was completely perfect. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that really is tricky. That's absurd, though. It's just really quite nice to think that, you know, he's doing such a big business deal that it could potentially, you know, be a national tourist destination. That is absurd. That's absurd. That really is. That must hurt so much. Yeah, definitely. It was just a bit of bad luck. Oh, I see that. Like a traffic accident. Yeah. Aww. That was no accident. Oh, when... So, this is actually the reason why he has committed fraud. But, yeah, even though, obviously, this is really tricky and, you know, he's had random chances and bad timings, it is still fraud that he has committed, so this doesn't justify it whatsoever. Like, your problems don't mean that the law should be broken to mend them. God, it is really poor show. God. You were tricked. Seriously? Does she actually have proof for that? They were never drawing up plans for turning this island into a resort in the first place. That's not true. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ah, that's bad. Hijikata-kun's vision was simply overflowing with foresight. The way his eyes always focus on the whole world and the future taught me that things I always believed to me mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Yeah, that is interesting. I kind of get the impression that, I mean, obviously it's a really good thing to do, you know, just saying to somebody that they can do anything if they try and if they have the willpower. Yeah, lambda moment or burn moment. But yeah, anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, as a result of this, oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Well, yeah, as a result of this, as a result of behaving with a fashion that makes it so that he has too much hope, he's probably thought, you know, I'm going to fight my ambition versus I'm going to be really rational and try not to fight it. I don't know. Oh, yeah, expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. I mean, that is a very fair thing to say. But at the same time, it's not very good when, you know, it's a risky investment and you lose out on everything because of it. Yeah, you heard him say that too, right? Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I heard. And I think I remember telling you what I thought after we returned home. I said that he was suspicious. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, I said that he was suspicious that he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground. That is interesting. And I do see this, and that you must not have any further relationships with him. Hijikata-kun is a wonderful, pleasant young man. I wonder who is the naive one here. I feel Kraus. Or, I don't know, one could learn a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. God. Yeah, that's really bad with really stubborn people who have a lot of power. And this stubbornness is also from Kinso. Moon tourism? What? That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing. You have got to be kidding me. That's not a business idea he's had. Yeah, like a fucking impossibility? Okay, give us around 100 years. Maybe 150 to 200, if that's not good enough. Then I'm sure that'll be possible. Kraus, you really are living in the wrong time period. You kept saying it was visionary, that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations, and what was the end result? Seriously though. I mean, my god, I'm going to be honest, if Kraus is investing and he is actually taking interest, well, this is, you know, him. Well, it was obviously, it was an idea, it was nothing more than an idea. Luckily, he hasn't actually invested into any of it, but still, that is ridiculous. If you can genuinely think stuff like this, I mean, it is understandable that you'd think this, but a little bit of realism, please. I mean, yeah, that's really bad, though. He's really not got skill to put his money in the right places, it seems. That's hilarious. I was sure something was wrong ever since that strange man showed up claiming to be a high-ranking NASA official. What if he was? Yeah, fair. Yeah, that foreigner was nothing more than an international swindler. God. Both Mr. Sonezaki. Gotta love Sonezaki. Both Miss Sonezaki, Mr. Sonezaki, and I were victims in that case. Right now, his vision isn't mistaken. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree, but you're not. That's not a lifetime you're gonna live to. I mean, it's just totally ridiculous to think that even though, you know, he has been totally, you know, manipulated by this Hijikata-kun or whatever his name was. You know, it's just, you know, he totally feels as if, you know, everything is possible and everything can be achieved. But at the same time, he's prioritizing what can actually be achieved over what is realistic to achieve. This is not profitable whatsoever anyway, if you ask me. I mean, who's going to want to go to the moon? Who's going to find it safe? To be fair, quite a lot of people will, but still, I mean, I feel like there are going to be too little people to actually make a result that, you know, provides anything close to the investment you've put in on it. That's so funny. Sonezaki though, gotta love that Higurashi reference. International swindler though, what an insult. Yeah, and then the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. That viewpoint is not mistaken. Yeah. There was simply a group of international swindlers who were trying to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world. Ah, that's interesting. And I'm trying to tell you that this Sonezaki... Could you imagine if that's actual Higurashi connection there? And I'm trying to tell you that this Sonezaki man was one of them too. Yeah. Oh my god, seriously? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad. It really, really is. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always accept these suspicious offers without any doubt? Oh my god, I know. Take that back. Mr. Sonezaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. There's nothing suspicious about him. Oh, come on. Well, I am literally from the future, Kraus. It's still ridiculous, and it's 2024 now, it's 1986. That's 40 years. What the fuck am I? 38 years later. Oh my god. Yeah, 38 years later, and it's still absolutely absurd, Kraus. Jesus Christ, man. That's a little bit far. A woman like you can't see into the future. Fucking hell. Ooh, you go, Natsuhi. Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future. Yeah, because obviously if you may be able to see in the future and you may be able to think that, you know, the future investments are in general going to pay off, but if they don't pay off in the present, then they're not going to be able to pay off in the future because you're going to have potentially all of your collateral, like your house, lost. To be fair, shareholders are most of them I've learned about a limited liability, but still though. Well, wait, no, I don't know if I know limited liability in companies protects shareholders. Wait, no, shareholders are limited liability. I swear they are. No, but it's something like no, I can't remember what I was thinking. Right. Yeah. She is so absurdly honest. Wow. Genuinely impresses me. Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trust them implicitly, even after he's been tricked. God, shut your mouth. This is really difficult. You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, definitely like Ginzo now. Don't try to butt in on your husband's job. Well, not if she won't be able to do housework because of your ridiculous investments. This guy is impossible. He really, really is. Oh, I should be satisfied with just doing housework. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's awful. God, yeah, she probably feels really, really hurt as a result. By the way, I do love that, you know, Kraus has made no effort to make it so that the servants don't actually hear of the scandal that's happened. Without another word. Yeah, Natsuhi felt silent, just as Kraus had hoped she... That's horrible. That really is. Yeah, she was already far beyond anger and sadness. Isn't it just so horrible that Natsuhi really... She has to endure such a ridiculous amount. Yeah, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Yeah. Yeah, that is really interesting that, you know, Kraus is so stubborn and he is so confident in what he's doing that, you know, nobody can challenge them and he never listens to anybody. That's the really tricky thing. Kraus, who had been in awe of Ginzo since he was very young, started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. And yeah, God, I can see that, yeah. Ah, yeah, without realising it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognised as the man in his own right if he surpassed his father. Yeah, and it's just really interesting that Kraus is really trying his hardest to totally, you know, keep up immensely on the investing and all of the... all of the business-related ventures, but he is just not doing it whatsoever. Oh, this is going to be interesting. However, Ginzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushidomiya family's long history. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even though Kraus is trying his hardest, I mean, just because of the fact that Ginzo is Ginzo and he has the intelligence he has, you know, it's going to be really hard to surpass somebody that just naturally has more of an ability no matter what you try. It's fucking brutal, but yeah, that's how it works. And I do see this, you know, really planning and just, you know, investing on really influential stuff that really would change the world if it actually did become a reality. Yeah, that tunnel was a gift from heaven, fair enough. And it definitely wasn't genetic. Oh, yeah, it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. Fair. Yeah, that is really tricky, my god. Oh yeah, they should go. Yeah, before they hear enough to literally expose these people and have some of the worst scandals and reputation, you know, reputation decreases happen. To give those two of them a chance to talk alone, Natsuki told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death. That's interesting. And they left the room for the time being. Yeah, that is quite something. Yeah, obviously make it so that Kraus is really composed before, you know, the death is actually talked about. Ooh. Oh. Bit odd. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her, oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, they need honesty and they really need. I mean, the only thing is Kraus is so much more superior and he is really stereotypical as well, so it's going to be hard for Natsuki to actually make a difference, but at the same time, I think she can still give advice. Hopefully Kraus could potentially look at it, because I feel that Natsuki has a lot more sense than Kraus does, to be honest. I mean, obviously Kraus tries his hardest, and I'm sure he has had some sort of success in his business ventures because of the fact that he's, you know, literally got enough money to build a resort, but at the same time, he's not putting his money where his brain is. Or maybe he is, and it's just a lot more concerning. These are things that Natsuki hadn't been told about. Yeah. Under the assumption that a woman had no business. God, that's absurd. Natsuki had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such a... That's horrible. I mean, the dishonesty is unbelievable. However, this might also have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. No, I see that because obviously Kraus's money is entirely dependent on, you know, how much money in general as a family they have. Yeah, fair. And it's just really interesting, without Natsuki's financial help, you know, Kraus cannot survive whatsoever. The depths of this sin have been made quite clear to Natsuki. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he had hid his face, and Lemon sank into silence. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Natsuki noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. Oh, of course, black tea. When is it ever any other type of tea? Oh, when she touched a cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time. Oh, God. Yeah, the sound of the cup and the saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus has probably been so bad with their finances that she has actually, you know, got into a position where she has been required to shake. Now, when I say that Kraus isn't putting his money where his brain is, I say that with the utmost... You know, I say that with respect, because I think Kraus does have a real potential to be a really good entrepreneur. I mean, obviously... There probably are some successful ventures he's done, but at the same time, it just doesn't sound like he's successful at all because of, you know, insufficient use of his money, really, and, you know, bad use of it. I say he's intelligent, though, and he really has potential to be a good investor because of the fact, look at any scandal and how he has turned that back. Particularly the episode 1 scandal, that's the one I want to talk about most. But at the same time, we've got to keep it in mind that that is a different Kraus, and that's not representative of every Kraus. But at the same time, every Kraus, I think, would have still have had those argumentative skills that the Kraus that we saw in episode 1 did. So yeah, do you see what I mean? How many people were saying no? God, I'm properly tired today. That is interesting that, you know, the gender separation because of, you know, their relationship and the traditional values they have. Yeah. It, in the end, has been really, really detrimental to their family life. That's actually really, really interesting. This looks like a really quite new place. This isn't the mansion, but I don't know, maybe this is one of the places that Kraus has built. Who knows? Well, he has put money for building. Kraus has built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various I know, that's really bad. And to cover the losses when they failed. Fair, yeah. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. Jesus Christ. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's... Yes, definitely, yeah. Kinzo, Eva, and the others must not learn of such a thing. They will. Therefore, Kraus had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. Yeah. Fair. That is fair, yeah. So if they find the mortgage, then... Yeah. Oh fuck, that's really, really bad. So basically, he's signing over the deeds and the power of attorney, which means that, you know, somebody else is actually going to have potentially an oversight and an ability to actually maintain Kraus's financial situation, is that? And what does that mean? And what does that mean? Well, Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence... Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, because obviously other people would be able to able to, you know, make it so that people can financially manage them. Jesus fucking Christ, man. That's absurd. What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the right to his assets. That's absurd. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would still have some leeway under the law. You would have to deal with a bank, which would have absolutely no... Oh yeah, definitely, it's only objective. But they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. Fair. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different... Yeah, fair enough, because now somebody else has control over what's happened. I know, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. In other words, even the mansion they were living in. Oh, God. Yeah, so they basically own it. They have literally... He is absurd. This is insane. Like, genuinely. I mean, my God. This mansion is worth such a ridiculous amount. And Kraus has basically made it so that somebody else has some sort of means of worth to the mansion and, you know, ownership as well. By the way, I really do wonder what this other person who was actually featured in the story, one of the, did you remember that person who said, "It's you, Natsuhi, you did the murder"? Yeah, I really do wonder, firstly, who she is, but secondly, well, secondly, what her significance in the story is, and thirdly, maybe she could have some sort of connotation. I mean, she looked like a witch, but still, maybe she is going to pretend to have some sort of association with Krause's business ventures. This is absurd. I can't believe this. So he's had so little money that, you know, he's actually... Yeah, he's had to sign the rights for his assets in the Power of Attorney thing. I mean, that is... Why would you do that, though? I mean, okay, I get that you can be, you know, you can be irrational with your money, but to be that entrusting, like, I'm sorry, but what the fuck? I cannot say anything more than that. I think that is a ridiculous idea. I mean, this is like multiple hundreds of millions of pounds you are basically just, in terms of property, that you were basically just assigning to somebody else. I mean, that is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. It's absurd. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And sell the mansion to a third party right this moment. There would have been no recourse whatsoever. That's unbelievable to think that that could genuinely happen. I mean, it hasn't actually happened in any story, but still, I am so bloody surprised about how absurdly bad he is at investing. Like, genuinely. Far from using collateral for a loan, this is basically the same as selling their house. Yeah, genuinely, yeah. And they can't do it if their house is... I mean, okay, it would be ridiculous if they didn't have the best house. And if, you know, if they only had an apartment or something like that, it would still be ridiculous. For a mansion, though? I mean, my God. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I do see that. I wonder what Natsuhi's going to say. Exactly, yeah. And that's the really scary thing, though. Genuinely. In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushinomiya family as they please. And what is actually going to happen when Krause receives the inheritance, I wonder? Is it all going to go to the moneylenders? That's the ridiculous thing. They genuinely could. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim. It's absurd. Like, do you have any idea of the fact that you maybe have a kid in your house as well? Yeah, we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? That is technically true. Doesn't matter. I mean, that is understandable, but at the same time, even if somebody is very reputable, they can still make some sort of really, really irregular move, and they can also cover it up. Maybe they're really reputable because they know how to cover up scandals. This isn't consumer financing. I mean, that is understandable that he thinks that, but at the same time, I don't really think that's true whatsoever. Yeah, it's a transaction based on trust between economically literate men. I trust them. Yeah, and they in turn trust, by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment. Oh, that's really bad. I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my business. So you're basically saying you've signed over the rights to basically your mansion and, you know, the entire house, and it could potentially be turned into money as a result, or just anything in general, really. Anything can happen to it now, but you've basically done that because of the fact that, you know, you wanted to make it so that these people had more faith in your business. Oh wow, I sold my house. Why? Oh, I wanted some investors to actually have a little bit more faith in what I was doing. Yeah, who the fuck is going to listen to that? That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Yeah, this is the worst thing. He can't hesitate. He actually has to go in on the deal because of the fact that, you know, he has made a tie that cannot be broken. So if he wants to break the tie, tough luck. Yeah, what happens if I hesitate now? I mean, yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own business? God, I mean, Natsuhi is probably just overwhelmed. Yeah, she really, because of the fact that she hasn't been involved, ridiculous decisions have been made. I mean, I can't believe how much of an idiot Kraus is in terms of his decision making. I mean, I can't believe this. It really is. But I get the feeling that Kraus really makes it so that he believes and he trusts people too much. I mean, he is literally trusting people with the power of attorney of his entire house. It's absurd. They may be reputable, but you still do not trust people with that, if you ask me, at least. Even if it is more profitable and gets you out of debt. If you were such a successful businessman, fair enough, yeah, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Natsuhi only barely stopped herself. Oh yeah, understandable, yeah, barely stopped herself from saying that. Yeah, but she is so disciplined in an argument. I mean, to be honest, I kind of get the impression that if you're obviously in the higher, I feel like Natsuhi would be the best and yet the worst person to have an argument with. Because obviously a lot of the really, really harsh things that would make somebody change, you know, she's just going to hold them back for respect, out of respect for the other person. Yeah, father is dead. Fair. I don't disagree with that question being asked. That is a really... Well, I don't disagree with the timing of that question. I think it's a really, really good timing. Yeah, father is dead. What happens next? Yeah. Yeah, I feel so. Yeah, what happens next? Will your debt be exposed to the light of day, and will your siblings hold you responsible? I mean, he is literally offered collateral from Kinzo's funds as a means of actually making it so that other loan lenders have, you know, things that they can base him on. And that's all so that his debt can be, you know, cleansed. It's absurd. Oh my god, that won't be all. God, yeah, I see that. Yeah, it will probably lead to criminal charges. Fair. Yeah, that's so tricky. Criminal charges. Why is that? Well, he's done fraud. Like Natsuhi said. It's better if you don't know. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't care. I want to learn about your secret. Natsuhi does too. I bet. I can see on her face. I bet you she does. No, come on, Natsuhi, please ask. You actually have a right to know. This is your husband. Yeah, Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. Yeah, it's just really interesting that, you know, these absurd investments have had a real regret on, you know, him. And it's actually really quite surprising that even though he's made investments that are as stupid as these, like, he's still able to feel regret for them. I just genuinely can't believe that he's offered his own house up. Like, my god. It's absurd. If it will come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. Yes, definitely, yeah. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survive. Yes, agreed. Yeah, Kraus had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses and that he would definitely gain huge profits. Yeah, and I remember beforehand, you know, even though... I remember in episode 1, I think it was, he was trying to hide his debt by the fact that even though his ventures weren't actually really successful now, when the value of the yen increased and, you know, the overall value of the investments did, they would increase as well. But that's just, again, a ridiculous assumption. So he had figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines... Yeah, definitely, yeah. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, if you have loads of money and then you overstep legal aspects with, you know, the assumption that you're actually going to be able to pay back all of the money, and maybe if you're a really, really rich entrepreneur, you know, buy out the police, who knows? I mean, to be fair, which countries can you actually buy out the police in? I've got to search that up. I'm just getting buying guns. Right, okay. Okay. Top 10 best countries for gun owners. I'm not even joking, I literally found that when having searched that. I mean, what the fuck? That is just so odd. It's just not really something I would have expected to see on, you know, the actual internet. More shadier sides of the internet, but yeah, let's not go there because that is subject for a whole other matter, i.e. the dark web. That's just kind of... Well, I mean, to be fair, I would have thought that dark web would obviously be more illegal gun dealing. I don't know what this would be, really. Yeah, it is odd. I do wonder what he has actually done in regards to, you know, breaking laws. Yeah, that's really bad though. That is such a bad mindset because it's just gambling, it really is. That is all business can be sometimes. This may... Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Why is there a typo? This may have been the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And now Ginzo's death. Yes, the worst possible thing had occurred because your fraudulent nature is going to be exposed, and they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long. Yes, definitely, yeah. Yeah. What will happen to us? No, be honest. There is no need to worry. You may not believe it, but the conditions are most certainly on the rise now. Right, that could potentially be really quite good, but how do you know that? How do you definitively know that? The value of the city real estate I invested in will rise rapidly. Right now, I'm working on a project to integrate those and construct a massive business tower. But that's what you think with every investment. That's the worst thing. And this is the really, really bad thing about Kraus. Like, he doesn't have the money to be able to do this. I mean, it is understandable that obviously he would want to do this because he thinks it's really successful. But if you don't have the money to necessarily do something, why do it? Like, genuinely, you are in so much debt, so much so that you're literally providing fraudulent means, i.e. Kinzo's, you know, funds, to be lifted out of debt. However, it will take a little more time for that to bear fruit. Lambda is pissed. It's absolutely certain, but that doesn't mean it will happen now. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And it is not absolutely certain. This is going to be interesting. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? Ah, that actually really surprises me. Of course it will. I'll be able to wipe out all the debt I've accumulated so far. Yeah, so have faith in me. This is the worst thing. You don't have the time. I only need a little more time. You don't have the time until... You know what? I think they should just not tell people that Kinzo's dead. I'm not even joking. But at the same time, if the time of death is actually realised to have been, you know, a lot later than it was, then... Yeah, who's gonna look bad? Oh, that's tricky. Yeah. Yeah, but father is already dead. Agreed. Couldn't agree more. We don't have that kind of time anymore, do we? I know that. Yeah. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off those debts right now. Fair enough, yeah. You always do, yeah. Anyway, I need money. I feel quite bad for Kraus. I mean, it's just, you know, he's got so many brilliant projects that he really, really has so much ambition to do. But at the same time, he just can't because he just doesn't know. I don't know if it's that he doesn't know how to invest. I think he's too hopeful on the future prospects and too hopeful on the fact that, you know, too hopeful on the terms of success. What if this business tower and, you know, what if this business tower isn't successful? Or what if somebody slacks and can't, or is unreliable, or doesn't want to construct it? What if the real estate, maybe it, I don't know, maybe it decreases in value. Maybe it increases. You can't possibly know. You can predict, but you can't know. And this is the worst thing, because basically their entire financial status is being overridden by predictions. And that's awful. Absolutely awful. Oh. Yeah, money, a lot of it right now. God, that really wasn't what I was expecting. Yeah, it's just... This stress kills people. I'm not even joking. God. God, that's horrible. Yeah, as Kraus roared and clutched at his head, he writhed as if he was in pain. God. Yeah, that must be horrible to watch. As she watched, several emotions swelled about in Nutty's chest. Her emotions, emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband, while also, yeah, definitely, while also feeling that he was a fool. I don't disagree, yeah. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own responsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Oh yeah, definitely, because obviously this has resulted in so much of an insecure future financially. It's just ironic to think that these people have so much money, and yet people who have, you know, so much less money, and, you know, people who are even skint have more financial security than these guys, even though they have ridiculous amounts of money. I think that's just the most hilarious thing about this. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And yet he had carelessly waited for this moment to come. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I just can't believe that he's taking action now, rather than, you know, listening to the fact that, you know, he has literally used Kinzo's funds to pay for his debts. Like, I mean, I think the second he did that, that should have just been a serious red flag for him. Yeah, I was now writhing about. It is foolish. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. Yeah. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. Fair, but she can't. Yeah, however, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. God, it's just such a traditional and such an awful view, and what I think is even worse about this is it's just so disconnected from, you know, what society believes in this time. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. Yeah. Fair, yeah. I suppose it... Yeah, understandable. How do you reverse a situation like this? However, she didn't have a clue what she should do. Since there had been a massive amount of money within arm's reach. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was only natural that Krauser tried to dip his hands into it. Fair. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it. Well, you can't because of the fact that you've done the power of attorney. Yeah, but that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. That is interesting. No, because to be honest, I do kind of get what Natsuhi's saying, but at the same time, he has so many ties and so many connections and so many projects, like for example, the resort project that are in progress that, you know, can you really give it up because of how much progress you have made and also how many ties you have as well? I mean, you don't even own your own house anymore. It's literally collateral by, you know, for somebody else. It's absurd. She was Ushidomi Natsuhi. I hate this dishonesty. I really, really do. And it ruins so much in terms of their discussion. It makes, you know, Krause's financial problems impossible because of the fact that Natsuhi's so scared of abandoning her duties as a wife that, you know, there's never going to be an honest message that is actually conveyed. And it's fucking sad. She was Ushidomi Natsuhi. The woman, Natsuhi. The woman who had been become Krause's wife and sworn to support him. The new head of the Ushinomiya family for her whole... Oh my god, I know, yeah. For her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, she understood it logically. Yeah, that's understandable, yeah. Yeah, because obviously, with great money should come great responsibility, but Krause just doesn't have that. But she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's right. Father's hidden gold. To be fair, he does have one gold, you know, ingot, but that's not going to provide much value. That's right. Father's hidden gold. And that is understandable because I think out of everybody, well, Rudolph's in financial problems. So is Eva and Hideyoshi. So is Udoza. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's just so tricky. Everyone is in financial problems. Genuinely. I think, I don't know. I wonder who's in the least. Because they're all in really, really bad ones. I mean, Hideyoshi's company is literally threatening closure by, you know, rabid, you know, shareholders that are actually trying to buy them out, even though it's their company, and, you know, make it so that ownership is taken over and all, and trying to manipulate all of the people that are actually investing in the shareholders to go to them, as opposed to Hideyoshi and Eva. And then you have Rosa with the fashion company, you know, working tirelessly to stay in existence, and also, you know, one of the reject companies, one of the ones that, you know, they're the last ones that are gone to. And then you have Rudolph, he's in some sort of scandal. There was a courtroom thing, I remember. It's funny that everybody in the family has gone to business ventures, no matter what happens. Rosa's kind of different though, I suppose, because obviously all of the other ones are more money related. But I suppose Rosa's is reliant on her skill in fashion. But at the same time, Hideyoshi's could be reliable on his skill, on his or Eva's skill in cooking. So, yeah, you can't really say much. We don't even know what Rudolph's company is. Yeah, that's right, Father's in gold. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. If I had that. Agreed. Yeah. No, but the only thing is that's really bad about this, even though, firstly, it's... Wait, no. Of course, he would have more faith in it existing. But at the same time, he would need to solve the riddle, and that's a total gamble on your time, which you could be using in better conditions. Yeah, Natsuhi, that's it, the witch's epitaph. That's interesting, let's solve that, let's solve it together. God, if we can just find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right, it must be hidden somewhere on this island. God, listen to his voice. If we had that. That hurt. What the fuck? Is it just the words, or is he literally abusing her? Please stop it. What the fuck is happening? Oh, God. Oh, but obviously, yeah, that is understandable that, you know, he's just trying to show his affection, but that is not how you show your affection. Oh my God. Kraus, acting as excited as though, as excited as if he thought of a perfect, brilliant plan. Well, it's only perfect and brilliant until you realise how hard the epitaph is actually going to be to solve. Grasp Natsuhi's upper arms tightly. Interesting. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. She wasn't just taken aback because she'd heard him bring up something as fake sounding as the hidden gold. Oh wait, no, it's understandable why he is, because he knows of the existence of the hidden gold. This is Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold. Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah, and it's just really interesting that, you know, front that he always puts up to other people being revealed here. Saying that it didn't exist and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Yeah, that's why Natsuhi was doubly taken aback. Fair. Yeah, that is smart. Just get all the servants while you're at it. Yes, let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe. Maybe some things can only be solved with a child's sensitivity. I don't disagree, and it's caused by you. That's the worst thing. This is a family crisis. Agreed. Yeah, all of us have to stick together. But is that really, really true? Why does everyone have to be burdened for a mistake that you made? This is a fanciful riddle that father created. We should be able to solve it, and there's no reason we wouldn't be able to solve it. Now, I do find it really interesting that Kraus, though he knows of the existence of the person that Keensaw knew, who, you know, was allowed to see the gold in, you know, the, well, where he actually stored the 10 tons of gold before he died, even though that person does exist, and he has the gold for it, there's no proving that that one piece of gold means that there's 10 fucking tons of it. Like, you only have one piece. But to be fair, I mean, if Kraus was really thinking of playing dirty, I do wonder if he could actually do Keensaw's strategy, because of the fact that he does have one, but he only has one ingot of gold. If anybody asks for anything more than one ingot, then what's going to happen? Bit scary that, isn't it? God, it's the only... You are so desperate. But you have to be. Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful. True, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree, but at the same time, how hard is this option going to be able to be found? And how difficult will it be? Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful. We still have an option left and right here next to us. The gold is on this island. God, yeah, if we had it, every one of our problems would be solved. I don't disagree, but at the same time, it's just so unrealistic. Okay, Keensaw, I really see why you're his son now. Oh, God. Natsuhi, call Jessica right here, right away. This is going to be really interesting to see Jessica's reaction. Let's overcome this family crisis together. Yes, right now. Yeah, the gold is on this island and it's right beside us. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh, damn! Yeah, oh my God, Natsuhi must be traumatized by the, you know, severe amount of objection that she has done to her normal wife. Jesus fucking hell. Unable to withstand the pain in the arm. Oh my god, why the fuck is he, you know, forgetting about that? I mean, Jesus Christ, I get that he's desperate, and I get that, you know, he's really fucking stressed. But at the same time, though, I mean, does she really deserve it? You know, as just a way of taking out his stress? Jesus Christ. Unable to withstand the pain in the arm, he was twisted in his excitement. Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside. Oh, God. Oh, that's awful. Oh. Yeah, Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped over onto the floor. Yeah, fair. Please get a hold of yourself. Fair. And please calm down. Oh, I see that, yeah. Do you really think that this Ushinomiya family crisis could be solved as something dreamlike as that? It could be, because we have actually seen proof that the Epitaph's gold exists. But at the same time, that was only in game board number 3, or episode 3, or whatever. Just because it exists there doesn't mean it will exist here. Or maybe it will. We can't fully know. No, it should. Why wouldn't it? No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think it's really, really good that Natsuhi is finally making her point, no matter how many of her traditional values it goes against, because this guy needs telling. He really, really does. God, she is totally going for it. Brilliant, though. She really, really needs to. Please, cool your head and think of a realistic plan to get money. Yeah. Fair. Yeah, I'm going to cool my head as well. Good one. You really, really conveyed your point well. Wait, Natsuhi. Maybe he'll come to his senses the instant he fell over. Kraus had to tell Natsuhi to stop. Yeah, understandable, but she just kept on walking. Fair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That's awful. Yeah, I don't blame her. It must be one of the most stressful and horrible situations, because in this one chat, you have just basically realised that your entire future is fucked. I'm not even joking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. Yeah, fair. Fair enough. Yeah, Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Oh! Oh, fuck. Wait, yeah, even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji. Oh, my deepest... Oh, that must be embarrassing. Yeah, my deepest apologies. Madam, have you been injured? It is understandable that... Well, mentally, yes, but not physically. I'm fine. Yeah, leave me alone. Yep, that should be everything that needs to be said. That's the really convenient thing about servants. They don't question what you do whatsoever. Like, if this was any other person that wasn't a servant, they'd be like, no, are you alright? They try to pry in, but these people don't because it's unprofessional. Oh, Genji. How are things going in Father's study? Oh, this is going to be interesting. It is just as you left it. Although Dr. Nanjo is in the parlour. Is that so? Do you have the key to the study? Oh, this is interesting. I wonder what she's doing. Yes. Right here. Give it to me. But he's literally dead. What? Oh, you are a fucking idiot. Yeah, just to mourn alone. Yeah, let me have some time alone with father. Interesting. She's investigating. There is no way she is actually doing this. Yeah, I think she's lying here. If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know. I feel that this is to potentially find some sort of financial related things. Is she actually thinking of playing dirtily, though, because of how little options are actually available to them, though? I wonder. That does not sound like Natsuhi, though. That is the last thing I'm going to believe is happening. But at the same time, you know, like Kraus said, you know, he was just so desperate to actually, you know, achieve... What was it? It was just... Well, he was so desperate to, you know, not only invest in really, really big ideas that could potentially have a big rate of return, but also the fact that, you know, he was just invested. He wanted his debt to be fully gone, so he would actually invest in things that could potentially break the laws a little bit to actually get his debt being completely, you know, forgotten about, really. But no, I mean, yeah, so maybe Natsuhi's going to be the same, is my point. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. Yeah. This is going to be quite something. Might just have a little bit of a break. Right. Oh, I've just been having a little break. I probably had like a 10-minute break. Oh, I've just been listening to this music and it's actually really, really daunted on me how absurdly beautiful this song is. Like, though I haven't lacked in appreciation of this music, I've always undermined its brilliance as a piece just because, honestly, I don't really find it the most entertaining. But, oh my god, when I actually come and sit down... I mean, I already thought it was brilliant and it was very, very atmospheric. I just thought it was kind of boring. But now I just realise the absurd extent of, you know, realism and, you know, theming it actually, you know, sets. Right, this is going to be very interesting. Let's see what happens with Natsuhi here. She then flew into the study. Oh, God. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, she then flew into the study, finally let out a wail, and cried. God, poor girl. Poor girl. She is literally older than you. What are you talking about? She's probably like triple my age. She's over triple my age, I bet. And yet you're saying poor girl. What the fuck? Poor female, then. I don't know. Poor woman. Yeah, God, I feel bad. Right, this is going to be really quite interesting. I do wonder what this is going to be. Father. Yeah, there's... Please forgive our foolishness. The husband and I. Understandable. Very, very understandable. Yeah, aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please, please. Forgive us for our foolishness and our yeah, crimes though, genuinely. And if you can forgive us. Fair. God, that's horrible. God. I feel so bad for her. I mean, my god, that must be so difficult to live with. And, you know, the thing that's even worse is obviously none of this is her fault, but obviously because of the fact that, you know, she feels as if she hasn't done her duties as a wife to, you know, restrain her husband from doing these ridiculous ventures. You know, it's as good as her fault. It's sad. It really is. God, clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed. Natsuhi cried even harder. Of course, he kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, seriously, yeah, more likely he'd yell at me to stop being so naughty. Yeah, definitely. However, neither of those things are imagined. Yeah, because he's dead, he can't do any of those things. Neither of those imaginations came true. Because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. Fair enough, yeah. But even so, Natsuhi begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. Yeah, it's horrible that, you know, after all of this short amount of time, this is where it's already got to. Yeah, it was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here listening to her. God, that'd be convenience. That'd be convenience 100%. Yeah, believing this, Natsuhi begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Understandable. What the fuck? Haven't I already said that I hold silence as a virtue? What? What the fuck? What? That voice made Natsuhi jump up in surprise. Hang on a second, you're not just going to tell me that he's casually just resurrected himself. What the fuck? What? That is too weird. How the genuine hell? What? When she faced in the direction that the voice came from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading cloth. What? This is what Natsuhi's seeing. Because let me just find it. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, how can he be sitting in his study even though Natsuhi is seeing him sleeping in his bed? I think it's a hallucination Natsuhi's having. I don't know. God, that's horrible. I mean, my God, she really, really is bereaved about this loss. And, you know, it's just the worst thing. You not only lose, you know, a person that you view as a second father, but you also lose such a ridiculously, you know, such a ridiculously bad amount of faith in your family. I mean, God. Yeah, and obviously your entire life collapses. That's another key thing. But it is interesting. The power of belief. That's what it could potentially be. You know, power of belief, power of will, stuff like that, you know. They gain magic's approval. That is so weird though, genuinely. Neglecting his wife like that Kraus only inherited my bad well, yeah, I can see that. God. Yeah, I just genuinely can't believe this. It's so weird, father. God, seriously, yeah, what a wretched looking face. What shit? Only the wife of the successor of the Ushinomiya family. Yeah, fair enough, yeah, you mustn't let the servants see you wear such an shameful expression. Fair, but... Yes, father. My apologies. Natsuhi understood. This was just a... Yeah, definitely, yeah, this was just an illusion. One that Natsuhi had created out of her desire to speak with a memory of Kinzo as he once was. Yeah, my God. You can tell somebody is rational as fuck if they realise, even though they are totally bereaved, that this is an illusion and they can just confidently see that. Now, we've got to observe, is Kinzo instantly going to go when she realised that it was an illusion? No, that wasn't it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. Yeah, definitely, yeah. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It hasn't, what? That's weird. It seems that at the instant the family headship was passed on, the family has reached a crisis. Yes, definitely. Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. I'm truly very sorry. The Yoshinomiya family is so very cursed. Oh, that is understandable. That's actually really, really interesting. So that could potentially show that maybe there is hope. If that's Ginzo's trends, then maybe, I don't know, maybe Kraus has some sort of hope. It's hard to tell. It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. Jesus. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. My god. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, I've only been playing for like 2 hours. Fucking hell. Pisses me off so much that I have to do this. Because the really annoying thing about this is I always have to, you know, I have to exit out, and then I have to go back to Steam, and then I have to go back here. Why have I got every single trading card? What? Makes no sense, but okay. Fucking hell, man. Like, genuinely, why have I earned every trading card? What? What sense does that... Why do I have... Right. Why do I have loads of trading cards? I've literally played this game for so little time. What sense does that make? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God, I want to die. Right, I'm back now. Okay. Fucking irritating. I just don't understand why I have nearly every trading card. It's a bit of a flaw. Right, anyway, yeah, it's actually really, really interesting, this. I mean, I do really, really wonder just, you know, what's actually happening regarding, you know, all of this. Right, I'm gonna so need to find a macro for my mouse, but, yeah. Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Ushinomiya main family. No, but the only thing is because so many people in the Ushinomiya family died, like, even though he was in a far branch family, he was the closest there. Yeah, the main family might have had honour and tradition, but Kinzo... Oh, fuck, yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, I think it's actually a little bit better in that regard because of the fact that, you know, it's a totally fresh start. He doesn't really have much reputation. But at the same time, he still has the reputation of the family, and he still has even more reputation because of the fact that, you know, he is one that's not known. Yeah, because obviously people are going to want to listen and, you know, follow somebody who has the family name less if they don't actually know anything about it. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake along with their businesses. Yeah, definitely. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time. Oh god, and the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Ushinomiya family. That's so tricky. Yeah, they then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no time. I know, yeah, to any of the opposing elders to be the head. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, so the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushinomiya. Oh, he did it, alright. Oh my god. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions. No, oh, I see that actually, yeah, because he could be equally, you know, pulled by anyone. Oh, it's just really interesting that, and it does make sense. Yep, no choice in the matter whatsoever. God, lucky he didn't turn out like Kasumi. Fucking hell. Because he could have in theory, he could have just thought like, you know, this stress is way too much for me. I cannot have the pressure of maintaining this really, really big family. But luckily this was right for Kinzo, I feel. So, yeah. Maybe it would have been difficult at first, but then obviously after that, it would have really reduced in difficulty when he'd become accustomed to it. Yes. Yeah, I know a lot about your days of suffering, father. Oh, this is going to be interesting. And then the war started. I just find it genuinely so weird that Natsuhi is basically... It's either that Natsuhi is seeing a hallucination of Kinzo, or that there is some sort of genuine magical power that has actually been going on that has actually made Kinzo's soul revive. I kind of get the impression that this indicates the amount of magical corrosion that is going to come. I mean, if humans with the mere willpower like they have here can actually make it so that, you know, they can believe in stuff like this and it can just become reality. Like, what the fuck is going to happen, you know, when everything is finished? And, you know, how much magical corrosion is going to be there? I mean, you know, remember episode 4? It's going to be more than episode 4. And I think this just indicates the amount of magical potential this world has. And then the war started. At the time, I was already... God, yeah, understandable, yeah. God, that's horrible. Yeah, I hoped I would die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. Yeah. However, the state of the war grew worse with every day. Yeah, definitely, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow even closer. Fair, yeah, that must have been... God, that must be so awful, just having that total dread. And unpredictable dread as well, we can't forget about that. That's horrible. God. That is understandable. Yeah, as terrible as it may sound, I prayed for that day to come quickly. God. Yeah, after listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all of his regrets, when he had reached a state of enlightenment... Oh, yeah, interesting that. It is said that... Yes, that is very interesting, actually. That totally ties into, you know, the theories that we've had on Angie as well, I feel. You know, just about the magical related powers that can be gained from severely devoting yourself to something and totally believing in it. It is said that he had a mystical experience. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, it is said that he met her. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting that he thinks of madness as a power. Yeah, I made a contract with the witch and was given the power of golden madness. Fair. Fair enough. On that day, the old me died, and a new me possessing the insane power of magic, yeah, was born. That is interesting. That is actually really, really interesting. So when Kinzo, you know, he's had insane summoning abilities that he's actually discovered from the ability to become enlightened. I mean, that is so weird. And it is just really interesting because of the fact that, you know, he didn't want to live whatsoever and he really, really was put off life. So then what he did is he, you know, severed all of his regrets and he cut his ties with the world. But at the same time, it's just interesting. Oh, wait, I see it now. It's because he's cutting his ties with reality. And that is a really essential thing to gaining magical power. Yeah, it's wrong, but it's true. It just feels wrong. I know. As to say, the crowd should do it, or Natsuhi. And after the war. Yeah, and after the war, you use your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushinomiya family. Yeah, the now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time, oh my god, yeah, had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That's interesting. god, that was how much Ginzo had stood out after the war. That's just really interesting because obviously beforehand he had no hope whatsoever, but then he reaches enlightenment and severs all of his regrets. Beatrice comes along, he gets loads of gold, and then he gets a Kickstarter. He really does, and, you know, obviously magic as well, can't forget about that. Whether the story about Ginzo meeting a witch was true or not, well, it definitely changed his life. There was no doubt in the evidence that it holds. There could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death. Yeah, definitely, and let him reach a state of enlightenment, yeah. If we wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as meeting with a witch. Oh, that's interesting. That claim certainly shouldn't be dismissed out of hand. That's right. You returned from the war. That is interesting. I just genuinely find it so interesting to think that, you know, Beatrice probably tested Ginzo like, you know, everyone else has tested them. And it's just really interesting to think that, you know, if Beatrice was happy with the test, which obviously she really, really would have been in Ginzo's situation, you know, it would have, you know, she has become his furniture, really. It's absurd to think that that can actually happen, but it can. Correct. Yeah. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet, only the head and name. Ah, that is interesting. Yeah, because he only had the resolve that would be fitting for a family head of, you know, such a big position. Father. No. Will this golden witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head? What? Oh, she will. Fuck! Assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship. What do you mean by truly succeeded? No. That possibility's already hopeless. I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushidomi, our family head, in his truest sense. By the way, why is Ginzo being, like, actually nice here? It's just really, really surprising to think that, you know, he has so much of a bond with Natsuhi that, you know, he firstly entrusts her with the entirety of the organisation of the servants who, you know, are, again, people that Ginzo has a bond to and actually talks to. And, you know, also just the fact that Natsuhi views him as a second father. I really do wonder what their story is. Yeah, Natsuhi, you should understand this. No. No, the headship is not inherited by blood. Fair, yeah, it's inherited through spirit and conviction. Fair, yeah. Even though Kraus is my oldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things. Fair, yeah. Fair, yeah. Yeah, and if that spirit were to dwell in a human, even someone other than Kraus, that would make a splendid new head. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Beatrice will lend her power to that true head. Isn't that right, Beatrice? What? You have got to be kidding me! What the fuck? Okay, that is weird. When Ginzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the— What the fuck? That is weird. That is— I'm sorry, this is so weird. The fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. Yeah, seriously, yeah. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden. Right, this, by the way, it confirms that this is not a hallucination. This is actual magic that is letting him be revived. This just totally shows how much magic is actually being allowed into this game board now. This is absurd. I can't believe this is possible. God. That's actually really interesting that, you know, Kinzo didn't really, it was just the fact that he just had the head in his name. It didn't really reflect his true stance whatsoever, but now it did because of the fact that, you know, he'd reached enlightenment and had been able to conquer Beatrice's test. And it's interesting that even then, he would have been a totally reckless man, you know, sacrificing everybody for, you know, the person he loved. It was just really interesting, that. And it's really, really interesting to think that, you know, Eva Beatrice was given the power of the head, yet Eva wasn't, because of the fact that, was it a strong will and conviction? But that's, yeah, she has a strong spirit and she has strong conviction, but at the same time, she has greed. We cannot forget about that. Yeah, this fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. Yeah, ironic that. As Natsuki stared at this scene in shock, the golden butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. I just genuinely can't believe that the strength of Natsuki's belief in Kinzo actually being there has made it so that his soul has basically been able to revive like this. It's ridiculous. It really is. Oh, yep. It's a little bit uncharacteristic for, you know, the Beatrice that we've seen now. Then the Witch of the Portrait a bit. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Indeed. Yep. I'm the Ushinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I'm free to run rampant. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, I listen to no one's orders. By the way, how the genuine fuck has Beatrice been able to be summoned? Like, I mean, I just don't get this. What is the point of the resurrection ceremony? Wait, no, you're a dumbass. There's no point of a resurrection ceremony now because of the fact that there is so much magical power that Kinzo doesn't need any, you know, resurrection-related stuff to actually power Beatrice up. This can happen because of the fact that there's more magical power that rules the world now. That's my assumption. That's gotta be it. Because the resurrections actually stopped in episode 4. Did they? No, I don't know. But I just remember in episode 1 and episode 2, for example, Kinzo had no means of summoning Beatrice. And there's only one person in the world who can control her. Me. Yeah, fair enough, because being the Ushinomiya family head, it has so much more of a responsibility than, you know, would obviously come to why because of this bitch. So is that pride of yours that qualifies you? Fair. I don't disagree. If it's genuine pride, then understandable. Yeah, pride requires self-confidence and bravery.
それに見合う力を得ようとする悪なき向上心の表れである。だからこそ私はお前を支配した。
God. And it is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain power to match those traits. That is why I control you. That's actually really, really interesting. So Kinzo, as a result of having enlightenment and severing all of his regrets, has, you know, basically been somebody who wants to actually be killed in the war to, you know, somebody who has found his self-confidence and bravery from, I'd assume, defeating Beatrice, and then he's been able to get, you know, the pride. Because of the fact that he has so much self-confidence and bravery from what he's done, he has lots of pride, and then that helps him, yeah, helps him gain power to, you know, really fulfill the potential of those traits. I see. Yeah, fair, yeah. Yeah, I suppose you could see Kraus like a polar opposite of Kinzo. Watching men who speak of pride turn those desires into reality can be quite pleasant. Yeah, the quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. Fair, yeah. Oh, a true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have. That's hilarious. Welp. Yeah, and he makes that pride a reality without fail. If one is to control me, they must possess such a monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsuhi? Yeah, that's interesting. A true monarch fears no hardship. Fair, actually, yeah. And that's definitely not a quality of Kraus, no way. But at the same time, it can become one if he learns how to do it. But at the same time, like, you know, they declare that they will overcome anything without fail. God, yeah, just always putting on a really, really tough and, you know, a tough run that's really fitting for a leader. Even though it could potentially be a really, really stupid idea. This gives hope to the weak. Oh yeah, fair. They gather Rever the monarch and swear to assist them. This is where power is gained and his word is carried out. Engrave that into your heart. Might actually turn the music down. Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh my god, I'm gonna hit that every time I need to. She's literally saying this idiot is, and it's not actually the finished sentence, but still, that's hilarious. You're calling me an idiot, or are you referring to Basila? Let's be honest here. So the weak basically have a lot of pride in the fact that they feel they can, you know, rise up against the monarch. So what they do is they revolt and they rever and then they try and destroy and then, well, swear to resist him. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, because obviously the less power you have, no, the more power you have, sorry, the more people that are weaker will actually come to assist power, and then the more faithful people, the more power can just be distributed evenly, really. Yeah, this is better. Yes, father. Natsuhi understood. Through this mystical experience, I know it is a mystical experience. Yeah, Kinzo was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship. Yeah, make your pride a reality. Never be scared of, you know, blocks on the road, really. Even after his own death. I know, it's really, really surprising. It really is. So I really do wonder if Kinzo was more like a mentor to Natsuhi. That's what I'm wondering. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. Yeah, a true monarch, in other words. The true head of the Ushinomiya family must not fear hardship. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. Yes. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their True, yeah. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she'd entered this room. Oh, yeah, understandable, obviously. Yeah, stopping and asking Kinzo what to do, because obviously if you ask somebody for help, then, firstly, you don't have this quality because you are fearing hardship and you're making it so that you're really, really upset. Nope. Even less so. Yep. Yeah, so she hadn't had all of those qualities, so she needed them from Kinzo. And needed knowledge on how to actually acquire them. I was foolish. Yeah, fair. Of course, there's no time for crying when an Ushinomiya family crisis, it is a crisis though, genuinely, is upon us. Yeah, good one. I'm not even joking when I think Natsuhi would be a more fitting head for the family than Kraus. Like, genuinely. And now that we have inherited the Ushinomiya family from you, father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Natsuhi's really courageous front is good and it's admirable, but it's not realistic. Yeah, God, Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. Ah, yes. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes. This method, I have not yet discovered the method we should pursue. However, my husband is the new head of the Ushinomiya family and I'm his supporting wife. So I will proclaim it in my husband's place. Let us hear it. Yeah, nice one. Ushinomiya Kraus and Natsuhi will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family. Devil's proof. You have nothing to worry about, father. No, but seriously though, is it really realistic? Do you know the scope of Kraus's debt, as well as the horrible state things are in? Yes. I know, that's the worst thing. That really, really is the worst thing. If the worst happens and we are ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, we won't be able to refuse. Yeah. Yeah, during the distribution of the inheritance, the relatives might even file a criminal complaint. However, there was no need to worry. We will repay all the debts before then and restore our honour. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude. No, she is killing it. She really, really is. She's so ridiculously confident. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuhi proclaimed, this clearly with Ushinomiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. I know, no nerves whatsoever. It's so impressive. Fuck. Sorry. Did not mean to do that. For a while. Ah, that's interesting. They remained silent as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing. Oh god, that's such a brutal question. Why couldn't this person have been my son? Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, the very fact that a woman with such disposition married your son is another sign of your great love. Beatrice. This is my final order. Oh my god, what is it? Oh shit, yeah. But the only thing is there is nobody who has actually succeeded the position of the head. So who is she really obligated to, you know, receive the orders for? Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. In that case, obey the orders of the new Ushinomiya family head. Yeah, definitely, yeah. If Kinzo makes Natsuhi the head, oh my god, complications are going to arise very quickly. You are no longer the head and Kraus is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? Ah, that's interesting. I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushinomiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. Yeah. You are sure that it is so? I refuse. Oh god, that's brutal. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. It's still not an order. No, this is a will. Maybe not then. Fair. Fair, the last order that the head left behind for you. Then it seems that I'll have to obey. After all, I can be quite accommodating. Oh my god, yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, she literally abandoned her post at the house that she was imprisoned in. Yeah, probably, let's be honest here. You're only doing this because it course your interest, aren't you? Can't hide anything from you, can I? Natsuhi. Yes, father. I love this little dialogue here. That is actually really, really interesting that Beatrice is going to be the one who actually decides the family head. Now, I do wonder if there's either going to be some sort of episode 4 like adventures that are going to happen in this story, or, you know, hang on a second, I've got the screenshot up. Yeah. Yeah, or maybe, you know, this person here is going to have some sort of significance in terms of everything that is actually happening. I really do wonder who this person actually is, though, genuinely. And I am very curious about her involvement, because I think I've seen some things about her. She looks like a fucking great character, so yeah, I'm just so excited. You know, I've not got one song to look forward to in this chapter, but I've got two. I've got Patchwork Chimera and Resurrected Replayer to look forward to. I love this. I love this. You know, such a short yet effective roast. You know, just, well, not really a roast, but just a ticket to reality. Let's say that. God, yeah, go and overcome your hardship. Yes, that might have seemed like a mere response to Natsuhi. But to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of a much greater significance. I know, definitely, yeah, that could potentially be the indicative nature of the fact that Natsuhi may be the person who is fitting to be the head. But obviously they can never hand something as good as a headship out as easily as easy as this, you know. It has to be a proper test. And it's just really interesting that in this world, because of the fact that Kinzo has loads of magical significance, his soul still remains and he still exists, even though he is dead, and he can still be revived because of the fact that he has magical power. It's absurd. And because it's episode 5, look at how much magic is in Umineko's game boards now. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply. What? She bowed deeply before Natsuhi. What? The Ushinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice, is present. I shall give you my aid to assist the Ushinomiya family in overcoming another. Oh God. Realistic? But what are people actually going to think about this apart from money laundering? Like, let's actually be realistic here. Oh. Yeah, I will need your power. I love that, you know, Natsuhi is just trying so hard to hide her happiness. I can just hear that in her voice. Or maybe that's just a shitty interpretation from me, who knows, but still, you get what I mean. Ooh, I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. Yeah. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to grant you a vast quantity of gold, like I did when I saved Kinzo from his crisis. Interesting. However, that is something I can't do. Is that so? Sorry, Natsuhi. God, that's so unfair, but at the same time it is fair enough. I mean, you know, you can't just have everything made easy for you. Beatrice's gold came from a contract limited to my generation. God. Yeah. It was believed that it could only be passed on to another person if that person solved the witch's epitaph. Yeah, because obviously if you solve the epitaph, then you were led to the location of the gold. Yeah, the gold is sealed away by the epitaph. Yeah. Yeah. As long as that is not solved, you cannot be given the golden magic. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, good one. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said his plan would take time, but he also said that it would surely be sufficient to repay our debts. Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, if we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. It's a total test. Yeah, it's ironic, even though... I just love how contradictory this is, but Kinzo is already dead. Yeah. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral. You're about to contact the family members. Yeah, definitely. By your own hand, you will bring an end to this ploy for time. God. No, I see that. Yeah, how charming is the guillotine where you lower your blade, the blade yourself. I like that, yeah. Yeah, this is the worst thing. They have to notify Kinzo of the dead body. No, they have to notify people of Kinzo's dead body. Startled Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there. But even so, Natsuhi had found something. Oh fuck. So the magical power has descended. Yeah, Natsuhi. Have you made up your mind? What the fuck? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? There's a copyright problem here. Burn! Where are you? Why are you not being pissed off here? Where are we now? Oh, we're here. Oh, yeah. Once again, all of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, just totally phased with the situation. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Oh, yeah. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their face. Yeah, God, I can really see that. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi... Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just a total idea of how to potentially, you know, solve this crisis. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression. Yeah. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain. Is that really the case though? Yes. That's the worst thing. Do they have half a year? No. Give it half a year and it will certainly bear fruit. Yeah. Well, Beatrice's power of... Well, not really miracles, but... I don't know, just... a potential increase in what could potentially happen. A potential increase in the chances that would, you know, facilitate these people actually giving money to them sooner. I don't know. It just doesn't really make much sense. What? Then we will wait.
しかしお前も言ったぞ
But you said it yourself.
親父はもう死んでしまった
Yeah, father is already... Exactly, yeah, definitely. Father has not passed away. That's the hilarious thing. I mean, obviously it's true for Natsuhi, but at the same time, this isn't the case for anyone else. Yeah, father has not passed away. He's still there as healthy as ever. When Natsuhi said this, oh yeah, everyone jumped and looked up. Because they instantly understood what those words meant. Oh, yeah, because obviously everyone has realised magical power-related things that have been happening. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and asked her.
それは
What?
どういう意味だね
Do you mean by that?
親父はもう
Father was already... Yeah...
現にそこに
I know, definitely, but of course he wouldn't be able to understand. In reality, right there. I'll say it again. I find it hilarious that, you know, you can genuinely say this with a serious expression. Father is still in good health. He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual. Oh, it's ironic. I think this is going to be the excuse that they're actually going to say to everyone. I feel that to get the half-a-year time limit, they may actually have to lie about Kinzo's whereabouts. That's the only way I can see a way out of this situation, to be honest. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves. Yeah, so that father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks. In short, nothing will change from the way things have been. Do you understand, Genji? That is interesting, yes. Yeah, the furniture of the one-winged eagle will continue to serve the master. Yeah. Kumasawa. And you, Dr. Nanjo. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I wonder. It's just really, really interesting. Because, I mean, obviously Natsuhi has seen Kinzo, but at the same time, oh boy, they're going to put up a little bit of a scandal. Which is a shit idea. What happens when people discover Kinzo? What happens when episode 4, the events of it, actually become reality? And, you know, they have a reason to actually make it so that Kraus has, you know, things that can be used against him. Oh. Yeah, is that truly alright, Natsuhi-san? It may be true that father passed away today. That is fucking weird. That is just so contradictory. And it's just really interesting because Beatrice's intervention has totally been here. Yeah, maybe true that father passed away today, but if everyone right now, right here, believes we can revive father with magic, yeah, definitely, yeah. It's impossible, madam. That's just too much. Yeah. I just love that nobody understands, and whereas some do, some don't. The ones that do are very different to the ones that don't. Yeah, the time of death will be made clear during the autopsy. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, we can't stop it from making it look suspicious. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that was genuinely so weird to think. Father will not pass away, so there will be no more reason for there to be an autopsy. Yeah. Yeah, no, but obviously extending his lifespan just a little bit so that they can actually sort out their monetary problems. I mean, it's a brilliant move. It really, really is. But whether it's actually going to be possible to happen or not, that's another question. Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Keenzel would live forever. The fake life given to Keenzel would only last until... Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, until Kraus could repay his debts. So a very long time... No, I said nothing. After that, Keenzel's soul will finally be able to rest in peace. Nigel repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy. Yeah, but Natsuki kept saying that wouldn't be a problem. Exactly. Yeah, fair. Father will not pass away by being reported dead. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, he'll be reported missing. That's actually really quite ironic, the different interpretations of all of this. Yeah. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. He'll be reported missing, and then I think it's 7 years somebody has to go missing before they're confirmed to be dead. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Yes. Yeah, once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish our preparations for laying Father to rest, we will then announce that Father has disappeared. God, that's absurd. That is genius, though, so they can't be held liable for it. Yeah, Genjiman's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage his disappearance. That's so dirty. I just genuinely can't believe that, you know, Natsuhi, out of everything that has happened, you know, she is resorting to measures that are as dirty as this. It just seems so uncharacteristic for somebody as, you know, faithful to Keenzel, really. It's just so surprising. But at the same time, like Keenzel said, you know, do anything to get to your goals, and, you know, the pride needs to become a reality, basically, like the pride of having the belief that you can get past this. It has to be, no matter which means you take. It is actually really, really interesting. You kind of, because of the fact that you play Umineko, well, I play Umineko, I interpret, you know, this as, you know, magic related things. I interpret it literally, but when they're talking about the fake life, they're talking about a metaphorical fake life. You know, the fake life that people would perceive Keenzel to have. Because of the fact that, you know, it would be as if he's been alive more because of the fact that he's been reported missing. And it's interesting when we see the beginning of this game, where we see blue-haired person with cool dress, that's a midget, that has ponytail, twin tails, I think? I don't know. Yeah, she does have twin tails, yeah. And she has a bow, and she has, you know, white dress and stuff like that, and white and pink dress. But yeah, I really do wonder, why am I talking about her? No, I really wonder what her relation to this potential disappearance will be. No, this is what I was talking about. Interesting that Natsuhi is the one that is actually accused of murder here. It is really, really interesting that is what is foreshadowed, what was, you know, foreshadowed beforehand. Very, very interesting, that. I do wonder how this conspiracy is actually going to progress, because, yeah, I do wonder who's going to be involved. I don't like this. It really, really sounds as awful as possible. Genjima's vast uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Yeah. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. Yeah, definitely, yeah. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his Exactly, yeah. Yeah. God, do you hear how hopeful he sounds? It's so sick to think that this guy is his literal father, but the desperation of his situation has made him have to abandon morals so much that, of course, this is how he feels. Yeah, if he disappears, we can file a report of his death, even without a corpse. Yeah, in other words, we can hide him as long as we have him declared legally dead. Yeah. What do you think, Dr. Nanja? Asking a doctor that, I love that. There won't be any problems that way. Yes, that might work. Oh my god, I know. Is this really okay, madam? If we stay silent, then I'm sure we could keep the master's death a secret. No. That is an understandable point, though. Yeah, however, if we were to slip up even once and let somebody find out... Kumasawa. Oh, yeah, understandable. I mean, obviously nobody would be listening, but still, it's just good customs. Yeah, father is sleeping right over there, correct? Are you truly trying to wake him? I just find it really, really interesting that, you know, Natsuhi genuinely sees the soul of Kinzo, and I do wonder if the servants actually do as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. And it's just so interesting that, you know, Natsuhi can see this, and I do wonder, can Kumasawa... It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. No, it's interesting. As Natsuhi said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Yeah. I mean, obviously, then you interpret that as, you know, Kinzo's dead. Ooh. Ooh, right, this could potentially be really quite interesting. What is this? Ah. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Somebody's being resurrected? What sort of life did you enjoy? Is this the blue-haired girl? Or Kinzo? Kinzo or the blue-haired... Oh, right, okay. Yeah, once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swell, covering Kinzo's cold body. You have got to be kidding me. She's literally resurrecting Kinzo. What? That is, if she has the power to do so. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared... Oh no. Oh, that is weird. That's interesting here, though, that there is so much magical power that Beatrice literally has the power to resurrect. That surprises me. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared... God, that is so weird. Just like those fairy tales that have been told over and over since long ago. Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. That is weird. That is impossible. Genuinely. He is actually alive. Now, I really do wonder what's actually going to be said about this, Natsuhi. Let me first make one thing clear. I did not coax you into doing this because of my attachment to life. You liar. Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a little. How does it feel, Kinzo? How was your body? Not fair, yeah. It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream. I just genuinely can't believe that he's actually resurrected for a bit. But I don't think Beatrice has the power to resurrect somebody fully, does she? Well, wait, no, she's an endless witch. Of course she does. I was getting confused with the whole Sakutaro stuff. I feel like, yeah, fair. You're a being that wasn't permitted to remain in this world, and yet you still remain here. Oh my god, yeah, seriously, if anything, feeling light's convenient as hell. It's not a bad thing. Is your body all... I know, it's not just every day where, you know, you're a literal corpse 1 minute, and then you're literally woken up the next. I mean, it is a little bit weird. Is your body truly alright? Is it really okay? Actually, it feels quite pleasant. Fair. God, I just genuinely can't believe that he's actually been resurrected by Beatrice. I mean, that really shows the absurd extent of magical power in this world. I mean, I do find it really interesting, though. I do wonder what is actually going to happen regarding Kinzo. How long is he going to be alive for? And also, what's his purpose going to be? Actually, it feels quite pleasant. If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the ghost might not be our... That's hilarious, playing the ghost. How is this Natsuki? Oh my god, seriously though, so there's no scandal to worry about. Kinzo was revived. Fair though, yeah. That means a funeral is unnecessary. And that is understandable. There is no possible means of getting into a scandal now. Beatrice. Yeah, oh my god, yes, Natsuki tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confusion. Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke. There's no need for thanks. Oh, that's interesting. A ruler is allowed to be proud. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. I will not pay heed to requests, but I will follow orders. Even so, I'll say it. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this way you've bought some time for my husband. We will handle the rest. Be warned, Natsuki. Yeah, definitely. Kinzo may have revived, but that is not an eternal thing. Ooh, that's interesting. So basically it's going to continue until October the 6th. Oh my god, what the fuck? About the logic battles. Oh, this is going to create complications. It really will. How has Kinzo revived? Basically. Oh shit. Oh, that's bad. Be warned that the magic resisting toxin might destroy the magic. Yeah, definitely. You must understand the laws of magic correctly and work hard to maintain. I just genuinely can't believe that, you know, look at episode 1 and look at how denying she was of Beatrice. She did it until the very end. But at the same time, here, it's so difficult to deny magic. And this is the nature of the game board. It's going to get harder and harder to deny magic every single time. I can show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it. Oh, that is interesting, yeah. Of course. Well, definitely not, because obviously this miracle changes their entire lives. We definitely won't neglect the miracle you have given us. Very well. I love that. You're basically likening your masters to mats on the floor. Chads who never change their floor mats. They either are removed or they are purchased and put in. They are never changed. Like, if it's removed, it will never be purchased again. And it will never be replaced. Because I can't be bloody arsed, is the genuine answer. But I probably shouldn't have said that, should I? I like it. I shall serve you. Oh, that is interesting. Ushidomiya Natsuhi. That could potentially be indicative of the fact that, ironically, even though she's a woman, you know, in Krause's view, Natsuhi is literally more fitting to become the head than Krause. Yeah. I'm the Ushidomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. My god. God, that's interesting. Call my name whenever you want. I shall appear and grant you a mirror. Thank you. I am Ushidomiya Natsuhi. Yeah, fair enough, because obviously if she doesn't, the honour of the family is entirely at stake. I see that, because obviously it will be due to Krause's scandals. I will employ you and protect the honour of the Ushidomiya family. Ah, right. That is my call to go to bed. Oh my god, that was a really, really interesting chapter. And, ooh. Somebody reading, not a girl. Is that Battler? Oh, that's really different. Wow. So we've got a little bit of a ominous beginning with this music. What the fuck? Oh my god. Ooh, this has potential. Yeah, it is really, really interesting because obviously the fact that these are being, you know, shown firstly indicates that they have a lot of relevance in the story. So I really do wonder how everything is going to tie with these lot. I really, really do. God, I love that song so much. It's so beautiful. Umineko is just in general so good in terms of its arse. Oh, that was a really quite fun introduction to episode 5, and I found it really, really interesting just to see the whole financial problems with, you know, Krause, and just how, ironically enough, they may actually all be able to be sorted. And I really do wonder how that's actually going to happen in the future. And, you know, obviously what's going to happen in this really, really different type of scene that we're going to see tomorrow. I really wonder how that's going to obviously contrast, and, you know, what's going to happen there. I do wonder, and it's just really, really interesting. I loved seeing more of Krause's personality and more of his ridiculous personality, and I can sort of see why it was like Kinzo's personality, but I feel like Kinzo not only was extremely smart, but there was more luck, and there was also more magic involved. I kind of get that impression. I kind of get the impression that, you know, he had employed Beatrice as, you know, kind of make your life easy for free person, like, you know, Natsuhi has done here. By the way, that stuff about magic and, you know, Natsuhi believing in magic and also Natsuhi employing Beatrice, it's so surprising, and it just, like I said, it really shows just how much the magical corrosion of this world has, you know, happened. Right, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm actually quite excited for tomorrow. I want to know who that blue-haired person is. Wait, no, actually, is she blue? No, she's purple-haired. Look, this is the person I'm talking about. I really want to know who this main character is, because I did accidentally see a little bit of a spoiler, but I'm so surprised. Is she a part of the Ushinomiya family? Because on the, you know, member list of the Ushinomiya family, she was there. So I really do wonder what the significance of, you know, her is actually going to be. She's either some sort of secret person of the Ushinomiya family we don't know about. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, Rosa's partner? I don't fucking know. Maria's... No, let's... I don't know, Maria's friend from school? I should just die already. It's obviously Beatrice's underling. I don't know. Or maybe Beatrice's superior, who knows? But anyway, I'm just getting so cringy at the moment. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see who she is and what significance she has in the story. So, yeah. That was the first episode of episode 5 today. And, yeah, I really quite enjoyed it. Really quite a nice start. So, yeah, I'm going to go now and, yeah, see you tomorrow.